Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The Cleveland Browns named Deshaun Watson their starting quarterback. Your thoughts, your questions, your opinions, because Brad and I have plenty of them. 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. So let's just rewind here, Brad, really quickly to this past weekend. The Cleveland Browns coming off their first preseason game against the Chicago Bears, where Deshaun Watson started and went 11 of 15 for 126 yards. That's the epitome probably of box score watching, because I remember I watched, the Twitter clip everybody puts together, like, oh, every throw Deshaun Watson made. A lot of, like, 80% of them, checkdowns, little screens. I mean, and a couple, like, he had 4 incompletions. One of them was, I could have made the throw. And I've never been a quarterback, and I'm not a good quarterback. I could have made the throw. Shedeur went 6 of 11, 79 yards, and an interception. Wasn't any better. So then this past weekend, they play the Buffalo Bills. And Shedeur starts this one, plays without the rest of the offensive starters. He goes 9 for 11, 74 yards, throws a touchdown pass, also throws another interception. Deshaun Watson played the beginning of the second half. 5 of 12, 36 yards, and an interception. Again, neither guy particularly good. Deshaun Watson gets booed by the Cleveland Browns fans, had some comments afterwards, which we'll play in just a bit, but then the decision came this morning, and that is Todd Monken, first-year head coach, is going with Deshaun Watson as his starting quarterback. And again, a lot of things to work through here, Brad, but my first thoughts were, I'm not surprised. And it's kind of annoying to me how many people are surprised or astonished or shocked, or Browns fans. And look, Browns fans have every right to want to boycott the games and not go to the stadium and telling the Haslam's to sell the team. Yes. I mean, where have you been for the last 10 years, especially the last 5 years? There should be boycotts every single Sunday outside of the dog pound. So I get the fan perspective. But for anybody that was like, that's completely astonished by this decision that they're going with Deshaun Watson, who they're paying a $230 million fully guaranteed contract to, the worst trade and contract in NFL history. They basically have one more year that they've got to get through before they can get his ass off the team. And Shedeur Sanders was a 5th-round draft pick that was like one of the most infamous slides in draft history. This was the definition of a mid-off. This quarterback battle. They go with the guy that's more experienced. They go with the guy that they're paying a boatload more money to. And they're going with a guy that hasn't played in a year and a half, coming off 2 torn Achilles. Like, it's really not that shocking to me. They both are mediocre. If Shedeur really was that good and was that much better than Deshaun Watson, he would have won the starting quarterback battle. Not a big shocker to me. Doesn't make me think that Deshaun Watson's going to be good. I think he's going to be horrendous. I think he's going to be terrible, and it will be Shedeur Sanders in just a short amount of time. But, like, the outrage over the decision to start Deshaun Watson to start the year, I'm not sure where it's coming from, because what did Shedeur do this preseason to prove that he should have been the starting guy? They both stink.
Yeah, they're both giant craptastic quarterbacks, and I think your description of it being a giant mid-off makes all the sense in the world. And I'm, with my wild and often disgusting imagination, I'm thinking of a mid-off between two middle-aged men with giant beer bellies. There's no chiseled abs in sight, nothing but pony cakes, maybe full-size cakes in that mid-off. And that's the equivalent of what we're seeing with Watson and Shedeur Sanders in this battle. I think your assessment overall is spot on, mi amigo, and you and I are hand in hand in lockstep on the belief that Deshaun Watson's days are already numbered as a starter. The Cleveland fan base absolutely hates him, and we're going to hear the soundbite of how Deshaun Watson is not really winning him over. In fact, he's digging the hole only a little bit deeper with some of the words that are coming out of his mouth. But, of course, you got the off-the-field transgressions. Those are a black cloud still hanging over the head of Watson. You have the fact that he is being paid Brewster's millions, an absurd amount of cash, and has never really delivered on a single dime of it. And then you throw on top of it as well just the on-field performance, the missed throws. And, we've seen it in the preseason games. We saw the last preseason exercise. We've seen it in videos making the rounds on social media in practice. We're talking about practice. Yes, Allen Iverson, we're talking about practice. And he was missing guys who were wide ass open. Oh, you need numerical data, you little numbers nerd? Let me go and back up just how bad Deshaun Watson has been in C-Town. You go back to 2 years ago, and when we saw him on the field, that season, he would only average 5.3 yards per attempt. That was over 40 in the NFL. He was outside the top 35 in total air yards. And in terms of completion percentage rates, it doesn't matter what category you're looking at. Generally speaking, he was outside the top 30. You're talking about adjusted completion percentage. You're talking about deep ball completion percentage, under pressure completion percentage, play action completion percentage. The list goes on and on and on. What Deshaun Watson should be doing right now at this point in his career, if somebody dared to roster him, is hold a clipboard. And I can tell you this, the icon that he is or was in the league, the clipboard Jesus, Charlie Whitehurst, probably a better quarterback than Deshaun Watson is right now. Cleveland, stop being Cleveland.
310-840-4910. So again, you and I both think Deshaun Watson is horrible. He will be horrible. He'll never be the quarterback that he was one time with the Texans. Again, the 24 sexual assault cases that went against him that caused an 11-game suspension immediately after the Browns traded multiple first-round draft picks and then gave him a fully guaranteed $230 million contract. That's only half of the story. Then it was the shoulder injury that caused him to miss most of his first year as a Browns starter. Then it was the torn Achilles. Then it was the re-tearing of the Achilles. He's played like 19 games in the 4 years as a Browns quarterback out of like a possible, 68 or 68, excuse me. So he's been awful. And again, I'm not defending Deshaun Watson being the starting quarterback. I just felt like I saw an absurd amount of outrage as to like, oh, how could they not give the starting job to Shedeur? Honestly, it's kind of pathetic and embarrassing that Shedeur Sanders didn't win the starting job because of how bad Deshaun Watson is. But like Shedeur did nothing outside of throw a touchdown pass in the game on Saturday. He did nothing to prove that he should be the starting quarterback of this team. Because from all the reporting I saw during practices, during joint practices, and during training camp, Deshaun Watson was the better quarterback, had a better grasp of the offense than Shedeur Sanders did. Now, I'm sure that you could find some Browns beat reporters that would say otherwise. We had Mary Kay Cabot on our show back in May when they started OTAs, or when they came out of OTAs, and she was like, hey, basically everybody and all the coaches have been saying, like, Deshaun looks good. He's got the grasp of the offense. He's QB1 coming out of OTAs. That has stood the test of time. I mean, in reality, Brad, like, unless Shedeur Sanders was dramatically better, was there ever really a chance that he was going to start the year at quarterback? This Deshaun Watson contract is ugly as sin.
Yes.
And we saw reporting today from Spot Track that there is a poison pill, which sounds like something you find in a Halloween movie. Like, we're coming up on spooky season, so we got a poison pill that the Browns are responsible for $200 million of Deshaun Watson's contract if he's still on the roster by the third league day of the year next season. So this is it no matter what. But it essentially just allows them to split up the dead cap hit that they're still on board for him in 2027 and 2028. If they just cut him now, it's an $86 million cap hit. Tua, who was the largest in NFL history a couple of months ago by the Miami Dolphins, that was $56 million. Imagine nearly doubling that to not have Deshaun Watson on the team this year. There is not really that much better of an option. That's why he's starting, and that's why he's getting the first couple of games. But again, I mean, I just like Shedeur Sanders wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough to win the quarterback battle from a guy that is washed, that is terrible, and that everybody hates. So that just kind of goes to show you the state of the Cleveland Browns organization. And Brad, you mentioned those comments on Saturday. Watson was booed by the Browns home faithful at the preseason game. And here's, he really didn't hold a whole lot back. He held a little bit back, but here is what Deshaun Watson had to say in the postgame. This is credit to the Cleveland Browns and their social media pages.
I don't know. I mean, the only time I feel that energy is when I'm in the stadium or it's on social media. Like I mentioned before, when I'm in public, no one's mentioned anything. So I think that's the only time those people that's holding it in is trying to, disrupt the energy. You know what I'm saying? Because this is a social media, the players can't respond back. And in the stadium, players can't respond back. So I get it. I understand it, so it is what it is.
You'll take two more. Quarterback job is tough enough. Can you defeat that negativity?
I don't know. It's a mental battle every day. I feel like I get more love on road games than I do home games. So if it is my spot and he does make me the name, maybe it's 17 away games then. I don't know.
What about the fact that you guys do have your first 2 are on the road, your first 6 of 9 are on the road. If you win the job, might that work in your favor?
Again, I'm not sure. I don't know. I thought being away for 2 years and working myself back from 2 Achilles injuries and putting the time in and, being around the facility, being around the city, doing charity work in the city, supporting the Cleveland Browns, hanging out with fans whenever I do see them, being honest, being, the type of person I know I am and the character would help. And I guess it haven't. So that's why I say it's personal. So.
I mean, is there anybody more tone deaf than Deshaun Watson after hearing
correct.
those comments? I mean, how tone deaf could you be? I mean, I would think after being away from a year and a half and rehabbing, and doing charity work that the Browns fans would love me. Why don't they love me? I get more love on the road. Yeah, probably because the road teams are like, yes, we're going to win today because this guy's playing quarterback. Brad, could you be more tone deaf than Deshaun Watson was on Saturday?
No, you couldn't. And the fact that he was reflecting on his character. Excuse me? Your character? Again, with all of the allegations, everything pinned against you, bro. You got to leave that alone because you're just opening yourself up to being a punching bag in the media. And my gloves are on right now. My, hands are, thin, clenched fit. I'm swinging. I mean, this is utterly ridiculous. I cannot believe he's not recognizing the moment and not understanding who was in the room because he's going to lose that battle every single time. I think this is what Cleveland fans ultimately want to do. They want to put him on the nearest boat and push him out into Lake Erie and let him land somewhere in New York or Canada and never come back. Bye-bye, Deshaun. I mean, they'll just line up along the coastline and wave. Sayonara, see you later, and turn over the keys to Shedeur Sanders and just see what they can get at him, over a long duration portion of the regular season, because ultimately this team is going to be the conversation for the number 1 overall pick in this year's NFL draft. It should be a very talented draft class. Maybe they get the services of Archie Manning. And if they get Arch Manning, are they going to ruin him like they have, a laundry list of other quarterbacks? Eventually, the curse has got to break. Streaks are made to be broken. I really like the investments that they have made with the weaponry upgrade there. Denzel Boston. Casey Concepcion has been awfully splashier in this preseason and throughout training camp. They got a strong ground game spearheaded by Quinshon Judkins. They got a do-it-all tight end who can play a little H-back as well, and that being Harold Fannin. The offensive line is a work in progress and nearly as strong as it was just a handful of seasons ago. You got a plus defense, even though you trade away one of the most prolific pass rushers in the game's history, and Myles Garrett. But you got Jared Verse there, is no slouch. Like, there are some positive vibes coming out of Cleveland in certain areas, but all this dude does every single time he opens his mouth and doesn't recognize the overall situation is bring down the room and just drape it in negativity. Go away, Deshaun Watson. We're tired of you ruining the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, that's spot on, Brad. That's exactly what I was going to say. The NFL is going to be a much better place when Deshaun Watson's no longer in it, and I think that's probably in 12 months from now or even less than that. So it's just a matter of time. I still can't completely be shocked that this is the direction they went in. Maybe it's because we know how incompetent the Browns are. Maybe it's because we know how much Jimmy and Dee Haslam meddle in this team, and the fact that they still are on the hook for another year of paying him here before they could reasonably cut him next year is probably why they're going to give him the start to begin the season. He does have more experience, right? I mean, then again, you're never getting 2020 to 2019 Deshaun Watson back. Never. It's not possible. I will eat my words if that happens. If he comes out and balls out this year and the Browns win 11 games because Deshaun Watson throws for over 4,000 yards. No fat chance. 310-840-4910. But again, maybe this is more of an indictment on Shedeur Sanders that he couldn't win the starting quarterback job over Deshaun Watson. Either way, it's one of the saddest quarterback rooms in recent NFL history. You throw in Dylan Gabriel, and it really is pretty pathetic what is going on with the Cleveland quarterback situation right now. 310-840-4910. I want to hear one other piece of sound here because this was earlier this afternoon, just a couple of hours ago. And if you thought those comments sat well with the city of Cleveland and with the organization, and Todd Monken was basically, he said over the weekend, I'm sure he probably wants that back. And sometimes the heat of the moment gets the best of us, and it got the better of Deshaun. Todd Monken was he really effed up by saying that. So not a big surprise. We got an apology today from Deshaun Watson, and here is what it sounded like. This is credit NFL.com.
First off, I want to address the comments from Saturday after the game. I think just, human nature, just myself being very emotional, putting a lot of time these last 2 years to, get back and, spend time in this facility, in the city, meeting a lot of different people in the community. I thought I was going to get, a little different response, but I think my emotions got the best of me, and my comments wasn't intending to go at any of the fans around in the city, because there's been a lot of great fans that have been supporting me, and I know the frustration this organization have put a lot of investment and coming to get me back in 22. And things haven't been going the right direction that we thought it was. A lot of injuries, a lot of time off, and not putting the best football and my foot forward. So, again, just, I understand the frustration. I understand everything that kind of goes into that. And moving forward, I just want to focus on football, making sure that, I'm putting the best product out there. Having the best ability, because I thrive off the energy. I thrive off the energy of the fans. I thrive off the energy of the community. I thrive off all that stuff. I think looking back in my history at Clemson and, previous at the Houston organization, I was a big community guy, big city guy, big fan guy, during the game. So, again, my emotions got the best of me. I'm human. I take full responsibility of that. And, just moving forward, I want to make sure that I put the best product for the team, for the organization, and for the city so we can put a lot of wins and make sure that I celebrate and put Cleveland on the map. That's why I put the helmet on my head and I put the uniform on my body, is to go out there and make sure I put my best foot forward.
That's why I put the helmet on my head and the uniform on my body and the sock on my left foot and the right sock on my right foot. And then I put my wristband on and the play call wristband on my other wrist, and I strap up my chin strap, and sometimes I put my mouthpiece in my. I mean, shut up, dude. Shut up. Because you met with a couple of dozen people over the last year or so that came to
Maybe.
Cleveland Browns events or that came to some charity events and they're in person with you. So, yes, they're going to act a little bit more hospitable to you. That's like, Brad, that's like if we went to a Westwood One Sports thing where it's all people that love Westwood One Sports, and we had people say, hey, Brad and Pat, you guys have the best show I've ever heard. And then we go to like I don't know, we do our show live amongst every other radio show, and you have a couple of people boo us, and it's like, well, what happened? I had people telling me they loved me no matter what. Like,
Right.
I mean, geez.
Right.
Holy smokes, this guy is completely tone deaf. So, yeah, look, Brad, I don't know, man. And the division, it's not great. It's not like elite. Like, this isn't the NFC West or even the AFC West. The Steelers have flaws. The Bengals, question mark on whether they can stay healthy. The Ravens, I think they're a bit overhyped. But even then, the Browns are probably winning 4 or 5 games this year again. It's going to be another lost season despite the positivity and the good talent that is some places throughout this roster. This is by far the worst quarterback room in football. And it's going to be the reason that they're searching probably for another quarterback next year. And they're eating Deshaun Watson money and splitting it up over 2027 and 2028. It's just going to be another brutal season. And I feel for Browns fans. They honestly shouldn't go to the games. They shouldn't. They should boycott every game.
Yeah, that's why they call it the factory sadness. The conveyor belt, all it does is crank out L's. And, they're going to be catching a lot of them this year. I think you're right. I think it's probably 5 wins at a maximum, but that could be a silver lining as we've already laid out. Because they will have, every excuse in the world, and they're going to now certainly have that monetarily speaking, but based on the information you laid out earlier in the segment, to release Deshaun Watson. Maybe they retain Shedeur Sanders as a backup, but they'll be able to spend high draft capital on a rookie arm that could bring some excitement and possible and still, some enjoyment in the city that just continues to get dragged down by the idiocy and the tone deafness of one Deshaun Watson. Bro, as we've already said, just go away.
Yep, 310-840-4910. So question for you, your thoughts on Deshaun Watson being named the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. Do you think Cleveland's making a mistake? Should it have been Shedeur Sanders? And how many games do you think Cleveland wins this season, either in totality or with Deshaun Watson under center? You're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at ProgressiveCommercial.com. We've got a lot of football to get to a little bit later on. An Ashton Genty scary injury. Michael Penix cleared for 11 on 11. And a wide receiver trade for the Houston Texans. They've got some help. We'll get to all of that and your phone calls, 310-840-4910. But we're going to talk some baseball as well when we return. Ketel Marte was doing what over the weekend? He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Here we are in the year of our Lord 2026, just 2 years removed, a little more than 2 years removed, 2 years and 4 months removed from the 2024 NFL draft, and we already see the writing on the wall with one guy in particular. It's not Caleb Williams, first overall in 2024. Caleb Williams is probably in the best situation currently of any of the quarterbacks taken in that draft. There's more ceiling to find. Feels like last year may be the floor now for Caleb Williams. To the moon for Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Jaden Daniels went second overall that year. He's got an NFC Championship game appearance in his rookie year under his belt. If he can stay healthy, he's got a very productive career with a few more long playoff runs ahead of him at some point. I know there are people that are very doubtful of that, given the giant questionability of his health. But I think Jaden Daniels has got a lot of very good football left in him. Drake May, 3rd overall that year. He's already got a Super Bowl appearance under his belt. Then you got Michael Penix at number 8. Oof. He is supposed to be full participant in practice again this week, so maybe he'll take control of that starting quarterback job in Atlanta because Tua Tagovailoa has looked like hot garbage so far. Atlanta needs somebody to play just capable quarterback at this point. I mean, their other options are Cooper Rush, oof, and maybe Jack Strand, who's actually looked the best of any of their quarterbacks in the preseason. So they need Penix. But the jury's still out on Penix in the grand scheme of what his career can become. The one we already know is a bust from 2024, J.J. McCarthy. Yes, I'm calling it now with 95% of the precincts reporting. J.J. McCarthy is the first bust of the 2024 draft class. He is the Todd Blackledge of this class. And it didn't take 4 years as it took the Chiefs to figure out with Blackledge. It took about 2 years and a training camp. And hell, he was hurt half the time for the Vikings to figure out that J.J. McCarthy isn't the guy. They go out, they get Kyler Murray. Murray wins the job. And now here's the problem. Not only has J.J. McCarthy lost the battle for QB1, I don't think he's even worth the QB2 job. Carson Wentz has played better than him in the preseason. McCarthy had one really nice completion to Ty Felton on Saturday. But aside from that pass, 4 of 9 for 31 yards. And he hasn't shown the ability to get away from the pass rush. I know the offensive line he's been playing behind hasn't been the greatest when he has played this preseason. But it feels like every pressure turns into a hopeless scramble drill. Like, there are, in some young quarterbacks, you see their ability to break the pocket when there's pressure, scramble, extend the play, and look downfield while they do it. I don't know what Drew Aller is going to become for the Steelers, if anything, but I've seen that in the preseason so far. I saw that when he was playing well at Penn State a couple of years ago, before last year's abysmal season and injury. I saw it again Friday night against the Jets, when the Steelers' offensive line was a mess and the Jets were creating pressure almost snap after snap after snap. Aller continued to evade pressure as much as he could and get the ball downfield. Had one great throw to one of their backup tight ends down the sideline. And I don't see that from J.J. McCarthy. I just don't. I see fear and panic rather than I'm going to be in control of extending the play. And the fear and the panic is why Carson Wentz is more suited to be the backup in Minnesota. And if J.J. McCarthy is relegated to QB3 duty, if J.J. McCarthy is relegated to third string quarterback, that's it. It's done. It's over. He's the first bust of the 2024 class.
Sit back and kick up your armchair. It's Overreaction Monday on BetMGM tonight.
Cleveland rocks! Cleveland rocks! Cleveland does rock.
It does.
Hall of Fame rock and roll, baby.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame rock and roll is in Cleveland, right? Yeah, absolutely.
It is. Yeah, been to it.
Great city. Great city. But the quarterback room stinks. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Another wild weekend for Ketel Marte. We'll get to that in just a bit. But we started the show speaking about the Cleveland Browns quarterback room. Deshaun Watson, now the starting quarterback I'm not surprised. I was a little bit annoyed at the amount of outrage and quote unquote astonishment from a lot of people today that Deshaun Watson was the starting quarterback. I thought it was a mid-off, the battle between him and Shedeur Sanders. And Brad and I both think Deshaun Watson is going to be terrible. It will be Shedeur Sanders probably in a couple of weeks once the season starts anyway. But let's not forget who owns the Cleveland Browns, and it's Jimmy and Dee Haslam, and they're the ones that gave Deshaun Watson the fully guaranteed contract, which they will still be paying for no matter when he's on the team. If they cut him right after the season ends and designate him as a post-Q1 release, they're still going to be paying for him through 2028. So I wasn't really shocked by this, but again, I didn't think Shedeur Sanders did anything to win this quarterback battle. So not a huge shocker to me. Let's get your thoughts. 310-840-4910. SJ in the Bay. Next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, SJ?
Hey, first of all, I just want to say I enjoy your content. Don't always agree with your take, but I definitely enjoy the content. Keep putting it up.
Yeah, thanks, brother. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Hey, so I don't understand Deshaun's position. We're used to people like lying and then telling the truth, right? But Deshaun comes out and tells his whole truth, and then the next day he wants to come and lie. Oh my gosh, my emotions got the best of me. Nah, bro, you believe in everything you said. I honestly wish he would have just stood by what he said. I'd have more respect for him as a football player and as a man if he would have just grabbed his nuts, stood up, and said, hey, I meant everything I said. I'm going to start for this team. I'm going to do the best I can to win some games because, honestly, that's all Cleveland fans want. They just want to see somebody win some games. And for $234 million guaranteed dollars, I need brother to have one winning season. Thank y'all.
Yeah,
have a good one.
SJ, spot on.
Great stuff.
Spot on, man. I think Deshaun Watson is a terrible person. So again, it wouldn't really change it for me. But if I'm a Browns fan and this team starts out 7-0, like I would probably be like, all right, it's tough for me to separate the person from the athlete, but also we're winning football games. So yeah, like go Browns. Like let's go. This team's great. Love what we're seeing. Right? So you're not winning. You haven't won anything. You haven't won a damn thing, and you haven't been able to stay on the field. And he obviously feels very salty, Brad, that when he tore his Achilles a year and a half ago, the fans cheered. I mean, there was like a decent amount of cheering when he had to come out of that game. And so he feels completely salty about that. He's never going to let it go. And to a certain degree, you probably shouldn't be cheering when somebody gets hurt. But, I mean, come on. He gets paid that much money. I think you could take it. I think the $50 million guaranteed you're making can make up for the people booing you when you're at the lowest point in your professional career because you're making more money than 99.999% of them will ever see in their entire lives. But that's the reason why he said what he said on Saturday, Brad. He's not going to get over the fact that Browns fans booed him when he got hurt a year and a half ago.
Oh, because he's done so much for the community. Such a model citizen is Deshaun Watson. Pat me on the back. I deserve all the accolades. I deserve all the love. Again, we just keep harping on the same description because it is applicable. And it's the perfect description for what Deshaun Watson is doing to himself right now. He's got a shovel in hand, and all he is doing is digging that hole deeper because he's tone deaf, and on top of that, horrific at American tackle football. Start Shedeur Sanders. And again, I can't believe I'm saying that. I was one of the biggest critics of Shedeur Sanders going to the Cleveland Browns and draft, even though they got him at a discounted price. Even when they inserted him into the starting lineup, I'm like, he's going to be a train wreck. He actually exceeded my extremely low expectations. That was a bar that even the fattest of dachshunds could have jumped over. And way to go, Shedeur, you did it. And I would like to see more if he could actually expand his game and, mature on the field statistically, mentally, all that. But unfortunately, money talks. And the front office of Cleveland says we're going to give Deshaun Watson one more try because we're paying him an ungodly amount of cash.
310-840-4910. Kevin is next up in Baltimore on BetMGM tonight. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man?
Good, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good, bro. Good. We're doing good.
Appreciate you taking the call. Deshaun Watson, in my opinion, he's just an absolute loser. He's a weak-minded loser. He has zero discipline. He couldn't control himself as he was becoming partially an NFL superstar for a brief second there. Unfortunately, Cleveland running him out there is going to just continue to show why they're losers too. It's a loser franchise. It makes loser decisions. And I'm with you, buddy. I really do hope Shedeur Sanders grows up a little bit more and just steals the show. I think he's got the ability to be a solid quarterback, and I just hope he steals the show there. They deserve nothing good in Cleveland.
Oh, Kevin, I mean, spot the lie. Thanks for the call. Good stuff. A loser franchise that makes loser decisions, and Deshaun Watson is a weak-minded loser. I mean, it's tough to disagree. Tough to disagree. And because the fact that Shedeur Sanders is the backup to Deshaun Watson, I think, and Shedeur Sanders is a pretty polarizing figure, Brad. Like, this makes me want to root for Shedeur Sanders. This makes me want to root for him to take over for a Browns team that's 0-5, and they bench Deshaun Watson, and Shedeur Sanders comes in and wins a couple of football games. It's a little bit better than last year, and then makes the Browns have to make another tough decision in the offseason. Are they going to draft another quarterback, or are they going to actually devote their resources and time to Shedeur Sanders? I think Deshaun Watson has made Shedeur Sanders a very likable character, even if you didn't like him before this.
I would concur, Captain, with that point of view. And I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to put my Swami hat on, if you will, and try to see into the future and gauge when Shedeur Sanders is going to be given the keys to this offense the rest of season, because I think it's going to happen in short order. You look at the opening season slate for the Brownies. You're at Jacksonville, loss. You're going to be at Tampa Bay, probably a likely L there. You will probably be favored maybe by a field goal at home week 3 against Carolina. I'll give them the win in that contest. Then you're Pittsburgh at home in week 4, probably going to be an underdog there. They're going to lose that one. The Jets on the road in week 5. And I think that will be the tipping point moment. If they cannot beat the hopeless and hapless Jets in a game that just lowers depression to unforeseen levels, Pat, between these two just cursed organizations, if they cannot go out there and beat the puddle jumpers, that is when the plug is going to be permanently pulled on Deshaun Watson. I'll go on record and say this: they don't beat the Jets, and Deshaun Watson returning home to Cleveland week 6 against their rivals, the Baltimore Ravens. That is when he will be under center, and he will not relinquish that rest of season.
310-840-4910. That's a good prediction. I like it. I'll buy it. 310-840-4910. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, any more of your Browns quarterback calls or your texts, we'll get to them. Your thoughts on Deshaun Watson becoming the starting quarterback. Do you want to see him crash and fail? And then Shedeur Sanders maybe takes this thing by the scruff of the neck, wins some football games for the Brownies this year. We'll get your calls and texts when we return. We'll also go streaking, and we'll get into the weekend that Ketel Marte had and what the hell his future looks like in the desert. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Last time I checked, you know what football players do? They play football. You play football. That's what you do. You signed on to play football. And when the off season comes, you don't play football. You got almost 5-6 months. You don't play any football. But when it's time to go practice and play football, that's what you signed on to do. You need to go do that. And I say that as a guy that played football at that level, right? My claim to fame, I tell people all the time, it wasn't, playing for that long. And, you know what my claim to fame was? Never missing a practice. Never missing a start. That was my claim to fame. And that was intentional because I said, I'm a football player. This is what I do. Don't tell me it's the preseason. I could care less. Football practice, I'm going to practice football. When the game starts, I'm going to play in the game. This is football. That's what you do. You don't wear your baseball hat. You say, hey, man, I'll wait till the regular season and I'll play. What are you talking about? You signed on to play football. Football is not a career. That's what these guys don't understand. It's not a career. You can't say I'm going to play 10 years. You're day-to-day as a football player. Day-to-day.
There's no way Todd Monken has watched these two quarterbacks and said, well, Deshaun gives us the best chance to win. There's no way. That's Todd Monken's honest evaluation. Not a chance in the world. That's Todd Monken's decision. This is Jimmy Haslam. This is Andrew Berry. This is the Cleveland Browns organization once again being the Cleveland Browns. The Browns is the Browns. Deciding to exist in the sunk cost of Deshaun Watson. Here it is, Todd. You wanted that hot bowl of soup? It's ice cold. It's Deshaun Watson. Do me a favor, Todd. Go out there in a few hours and tell the media why you think Deshaun Watson is going to give us a better chance to win ball games than Shedeur Sanders. Look, I'm not some massive Shedeur Sanders fan, but you can't ignore the fact that the dude was better in the preseason during Watson and that Watson is a shell of his former self. This is nonsensical. This is the organization making a decision purely based on not wanting to have egg on their face for having to cut Watson loose now if they did. They just refuse to die. And I think there's something about that. You can't measure it. There's no quantitative data to back it up.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We will get back to your calls and your texts in just a few moments at 310-840-4910. But first, crack. That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available with our friends at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All right, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. We are headed into the final 30 games of the Major League Baseball season. And that means for us, you take away the weekends, that is about 20 to 23 more opportunities to see who's going to be the king at the end of the season, who's going to have the best record. It is still tight between the full-time crew and he's got a smaller sample size. So if our guy Lee gets on a heater, he might win this whole damn thing. But it's time for Let's Go Streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Oh, you guys know the deal by now, or hopefully you do. We go around the room and everybody on the crew picks a batter that will correctly get a hit. Alrighty, all but one of us. That makes it sound bad. I don't mean to call Lee out, but 4 of us are our active streakers right now. Lee is going to be looking to start a new streak. Monty's got the active streak to beat, 6 in a row. Can Monty add the extra point and get to 7 in a row tonight? He's the season-long king, too, by the way, batting .773. Brad, you're in second, .759. I'm in third, hitting .743. And Combs in fourth, 72.8% of his picks have been correct this year. And then Lee, again, small sample size, 10 out of 19, 53%, but he could get on a heater and end up winning this whole damn thing in a couple of weeks. So without further ado, I'll start us off. I'm looking to get to 2 in a row. Give me a guy that I sat on many a bus ride with in my first broadcasting gig in the New England Collegiate Baseball League. This was still when he was back in college, and so I'm rooting for this guy, and I almost thought he was going to be a New York Yankee at the trade deadline. But give me Ryan Jeffers, who has become the franchise catcher for the Minnesota Twins. Batting third tonight against the A's. Twins going up against Jeffrey Springs in that bandbox of a ballpark in Sacramento. Jeffrey Springs with a 6.02 ERA on the season. Jeffers hitting .282 on the year, and he's hitting over .300 against lefties this year. So give me my guy Ryan Jeffers, the Twins backstop, to get a hit tonight and push me to 2 in a row. All right, Brad, who are you rocking with, brother?
Oh, naturally, MVP Pete Crow Armstrong, baby, down in the desert. He is going to light up the Sonoran against the D-backs. He has gotten a hit in 6 of his last 7 games. He's batting robust and downright ridiculous. 375 in his last 7 days. Now, he's only 2 for 11 this season against the slithering Snakes, but he's 2 for 5 with a pair of doubles lifetime against Merrill Kelly, who's going to get the nod tonight for Arizona. You look at Kelly, 6.24 home ERA on the season. And he's also really struggled against hooks, also known as left-handed hitters, giving up a .283 batting average and .903 OPS. PCA, baby! And we're going streaking to numero tres.
Very good. All right, he's going with MVP, as he's calling him, and as the days go on, it looks like that award might be PCA's to lose. I know that's music to the ears of Brandon Combs, our producer of this program. Combs, you're going for 2 in a row. Who are you rocking with tonight, dude?
I am going with Kyle Schwarber against the Seattle Mariners. Kyle Schwarber has kind of simmered down, but he was hot heading into this past week. Kind of simmered down since then, but still 5 hits in his last 6 games played. I'm going to go with Kyle Schwarber. He's also got an elite rating on somebody's website. I don't know who owns it, just batters-box-box.com. So, yeah, it's I like Kyle Schwarber to keep me rolling.
All right, there you go. I was at that Phillies game on Saturday, and Schwarber hit a tank. So he is rolling. The Phillies are rolling, by the way. They're going for 10 wins in a row tonight against the Mariners. All right, let's get to our video producer, the aforementioned owner of batters-box.com. Don't call it the hyphen. And that is Mike Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, looking for 7 in a row, trying to get almost halfway for the season-long streak to beat, which, Brad, you own when you had 15 correct picks in a row. No pressure, Monty. Who you going with tonight, dude?
Yeah, a little off the wall here. Give me Lawrence Butler of the Athletics in that small ballpark you mentioned. Yeah, 12th highest rated hitter on my board today against Zebby Matthews. I think he's one of the worst pitchers on the bump tonight, so I want to attack him. I've got Butler's WOBA, ISO, and hard contact rate. 3 of the key stats I look at, all increasing by at least 23% relative to his typical stats versus right-handed pitchers, because that's how bad Zebby Matthews is. Lefties on the road against Zebby are hitting .318 with an 18% barrel rate, so I love that. And then Butler's been on fire, hitting over 300 in his last 15 days with a .937 OPS. 2 trends I like but don't love, so they make me a little nervous. Matthews over 100 hitters with an elite rating, 64% getting a hit. And then Butler has only had 19 games with an elite rating, and he's getting a hit 63% of the time in those games. So hopefully Butler comes through.
I mean, there's cold hard facts, and then there's the cold hard facts that Monty lays out. I mean, he makes every pick sound amazing, and I mean that's why he's number one on the season.
Just listen to the voice.
Yeah, and the voice. I mean, it's just cozy.
It's sultry.
It's inviting. All right, let's get to our guy Lee DeLapp in our Westwood One studios. Lee, what's up, dude? Who are you taking tonight?
What up, fellas? Well, it seems like the theme for today is beating up on Cleveland. So how about the lowly Angels facing off against Parker Messick? And give me the lead off, Mr. Zach Neto. It'd be real neato if you pronounce it Neto. Zach Neto, give me him. He just moved from cleanup to lead off. He's on a 6-game hit streak. He's been hot against lefties all year long. And of those 6 games, he's got multi-hits in 4 of them. So he's on a hot streak. I hope he puts me back in the win streak. Let's go.
Nice. Good stuff. Lee, by the way, you sound like you were channeling your inner Vin Scully. And it almost sounded like you were for even just a second doing a Vin Scully impression. You're like, it'd be real neato if he pronounced it Neto.
It would be neato. Be a lot cooler if he did.
It would be like, maybe that's what it was. Maybe I was McConaughey, but I was catching some Vin Scully. Bagwell and Berkman, and there's quite the hive here at Dodger Stadium tonight. All right, 310-840-4910. Oh, well, anyway, so if all 5 of those guys get a hit, Ryan Jeffers, Pete Crow Armstrong, Kyle Schwarber, Lawrence Butler, and Zach Neto. Brad, what are we looking with our friends at BetMGM? Pretty juicy for a 5-legger.
You're looking at an ultra cool plus 552. As always, fade or follow. That is up to you.
Hell yeah. We got to get to this Ketel Marte story at some point, but really quickly, we do want to get to your calls and texts. 310-840-4910. At Wondrous ATX, which I guess they put their Twitter name in a text message. That's a new one. I like it. It is a 281 number. It says, howdy, guys. Is the Deshaun Watson trade from Houston one of the biggest grifts of an NFL trade ever? Brad, this is your guy, Wondrous ATX, so I'll let you handle this one. But yeah, the short answer is yes, maybe the biggest grift ever.
I would say of all time. I mean, immediately comes to mind. It's going to go down in history as arguably the worst contract in NFL history. I'm just downright inexplicable, inexcusable, and absolutely wretched. Obviously none of us were saying that necessarily when the deal was signed, and hindsight is always 20/20. But man, history is going to be oh so unkind to Deshaun Watson, this Cleveland Browns organization, for putting this sucker together.
310-840-4910. All right, we will take a short break. When we come back, we will revisit the Browns QB battle and some of the other things we did not touch upon over the weekend with Deshaun Watson and Todd Monken and Shedeur Sanders. Plus, it was a weekend with a lot of backups, but there's still a lot to take away. But how much do we really get from starters playing one series? Even just a couple of snaps in a preseason game. We'll debate it when we come back, plus the other biggest takeaways from the weekend as well. Settle on in with us here. It's a busy Monday. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back on BetMGM tonight.
They just refuse to die. And I think there's something about that. You can't measure it. There's no quantitative data to back it up. But when you get to October, and maybe we're talking about a rematch of the 2008-2009 NLCS, right? Those were some great series between the Dodgers and the Phils. And we got Dodgers-Phillies again. And we've got one team who's coming off back-to-back World Series titles and is just littered with talent in the Dodgers. And we got another team that has their own fair share of big names, but also, like I said, sees baseball mortality on the horizon and just comes up with a little extra something. The Rocky ethos. And so it wouldn't shock me if you asked me to pick a team, and I know I've picked the Brewers as recently as a week and a half ago. If you asked me to pick a team that could knock off the Dodgers in October, it's this Phillies team. And I don't know if they're going to stay this hot through the entire month of September. But what you've seen over the last 9 games is exactly why they're the team that can beat the Dodgers in October.
I don't know how it's going to go. He said yesterday that Deshaun Watson's post-game remarks were not going to factor in. I don't know how they can't, but he claims that there is no way that he is factoring those in, and he's not going to let one emotional moment by Deshaun dictate this quarterback competition. So we'll have to see if that holds true as we move forward here. But I do think that up until that point, Deshaun had the decided edge. I feel like Todd Monken wanted to start the experienced veteran who he felt would give them the best chance to win. But while he has been kind of watching Deshaun Watson throughout this past couple of months, he's also seen Shedeur Sanders come very quickly up that learning curve. And he just continues to get better and better and better. He works harder and harder. And some of the things that they needed to see from him, they have seen over the last few weeks.
I was always a big believer in listening to your eyes, and my eyes tell me that. I don't know if Shedeur, talent-wise, is a better quarterback than Watson. That played, 4 or 5 years ago when he was at his best. Mm-hmm. But I'm surprised, a little bit surprised that they go with Deshaun. After his interview, I mean, I just felt like he was a beaten guy. That he didn't have any, he didn't have any life in his body. When he talked about the fans booing him, and he's got every game he plays now, he's got 17 away games. I mean, that's not how you start the season off with your quarterback. But hey, coach made the decision. That's where they're going.
your live game night huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Monday night extravaganza kicks off right now. Don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour. We talked about the breaking news from this morning. The Cleveland Browns are naming Deshaun Watson their starting quarterback. Not really a big shocker. Doesn't make it any less of a sad day for Browns fans and probably sad couple of weeks ahead. Deshaun Watson with the ripping the fans on Saturday after they booed him during the preseason game where he was really bad in. Shador threw a touchdown pass, but overall both of them have been pretty mid. I said it was a mid-off. Like, how could you really be that astonished? Neither guy was really good in the preseason, but Deshaun Watson rips the fans for booing him and then, basically walks it back in what sounded like a pretty half-assed apology today. So it's going to be another tough year for the Browns. And any of your thoughts and calls on the situation, we'll take them at 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. But, Brad, we had a lot to get to from this weekend here. 2 full weeks in the preseason done. 1 more week to go. We are 16 days away from opening night between the Seahawks and the Patriots in the Super Bowl rematch. And I feel like the theme for any of the starters, especially the quarterbacks that did play this weekend, it was basically just one series. Couple got 2, like the Carolina Panthers. We were talking about that on the show on Friday night because they went 3 and out 3 times in a row in their first preseason game against the Bills. So I think it was like Dave Canales was like, "Yeah, we're gonna go out there and have the starters play again." And they didn't do much on their first drive, and then the second drive put together a touchdown drive. So Bryce Young and the starters, probably that was their last taste of the preseason. But we did see a lot of high-profile quarterbacks basically just play one series, and that was it. And that's nothing new. But, Brad, do we really get – what do we really get from starters playing one series in a preseason game? And for some of these players, one series in the entire postseason. We've already seen a lot of injuries. We'll get to Ashton Genty here in just a couple of minutes. But with the quarterback, is it worth the one drive to take a chance with your QB1 or your starting running back? The Packers have done it with Jordan Love in 2 games. Bears did it with Caleb Williams. The Broncos just had Bo Nix suit up for the first time since the fractured ankle. So what are your thoughts on this? Did you see anything in the series that led you to something that you didn't already know? How valuable do you feel like the game reps are, or do you feel like it's kind of just a waste of time?
It's a complete waste of time. Here's how much of a waste of time it was. I was in Vegas all weekend, and we had the games kind of on the background at the event that I was at. It was all fantasy football, so it was definitely NFL themed. And nobody, and I mean nobody, gave a single rat's ass of what the action was going on. They were all just focused on making sure their picks didn't get injured, and making sure they're getting the right picks on the board for their fantasy football franchises. So we had hardcore NFL fans in attendance with the games on the screen, and I was walking around in the drafts I wasn't in, kind of paying attention to the attention spans, if you will, the individuals that were participating, and none of them were looking up and glancing at those monstrous screens. They were just looking at the computer screens in front of them and who they should like for their fantasy football franchise. So, look, that's kind of the story of preseason week 2. I don't think there's a whole lot to glean in general. And if you're a head coach, there is no reason for you to be trotting out your starting quarterback, or really just your starters in general, for anything more than a series. Do not go full Mike LaFleur like he did in preseason week 1, running Jeremiah Love 14 stinking times in almost a full first half of football. And guess what happened? He got a high ankle sprain. And guess what finished Well, him possibly missing week 1 as a result. Don't be that stupid. Don't be that moronic. Don't be that idiotic. And thankfully, we really didn't see that this weekend. You know, some of these quarterbacks got to go out there, shake off the rust, go through the rhythm, go through the flow, establish a little bit of cadence, and then sayonara, get the quick hook. Put on, the ball cap on the sidelines, grab a Gatorade, listen to maybe some of the play calls that are coming in from the booth with the backups, analyze them, assess them, and just take a chill pill, relax, because the real action is going to be upcoming very soon, and that's far more meaningful compared to the meaningless that we did see over the weekend. So, I have very few takeaways, frankly, from preseason week 2. There were a couple of quarterback performances I wanted to see, and I got some insights on that. We can dive into those here in a moment, but there is no reason for any of these head coaches to play their starters beyond a series. And then trotting out Jane Daniels for like 3 snaps, 1 pass, that was a head scratcher as well.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to because, again, with running backs, I can understand, right? And especially, at the time I disagree with it, but, going back 23 snaps, 14 touches for Jeremiah Love. Okay.
Dumb.
Maybe it was dumb. Maybe it was dumb, even though I'd like to see starters play in preseason more than most folks, including you. With the quarterback, there are varying degrees, I think, of what should happen and what the norm should be. If it's a veteran that was not injured at all last year, and it's the same head coach / play caller, okay, 1 series, that's it. Like we only saw 1 series from Joe Burrow. That's all we're going to see this preseason. When it comes to Jaden Daniels, I'm not so sure I agree there, Brad. And again, 3 plays. So you could say, well, what's the point of even running him out there? Well, here's the thing. They got a brand new offense coordinator in David Blau. Jaden Daniels spent most of last year injured. He has a new wide receiver, too, in Stephon Diggs, and a rookie wide receiver in Antonio Williams. And they weren't very good last year. And they've got a kind of new makeshift offensive line that is now already dealing without Laramie Tunsil for mostly the entire season. I get you want to protect him, but also I feel like he should have played more than 3 plays. You have to get some kind of repetitions. And okay, that's what joint practices are for. And that's what every day in training camp and preseason is for. But you can never, in my opinion, simulate that kind of game energy and that game speed. The closest thing you can do is the preseason. So 1 series, 3 plays, if you blinked, it was over. And yeah, 1 pass that he threw for an incompletion, and that was it. He got sacked on a 2nd down play, and that was like, oh my gosh. Like, oh no, please be healthy. And then it was like, all right, get him out of the game. So I can understand in one vein why run him out there, but also don't you kind of need Jaden Daniels out of more quarterbacks than most to get some reps, to get some game speed, to figure out what this offense is going to look like? I thought that was kind of dumb, and I thought they should have played him more, should have played him a 2nd series. And so I think it depends, and in this situation with Jaden Daniels, I would have liked to see more of him, and I doubt we're going to see him in their final preseason game coming up this week. Dan Quinn did mention something about, the joint practices, and he wasn't committal about whether or not Jaden Daniels was going to play on Friday night against the Baltimore Ravens. But let's be honest, he played 3 games in the 2nd preseason game. I would say there's no shot he's going to play against Baltimore. The next time we see Jaden Daniels will be for week 1. And frankly, I kind of disagree with that. I think that's the wrong idea.
And I disagree with that point of view because you got to look at the opening season slate for the Washington Commanders. It is brutal. It is downright murderous. The first 3 weeks for this franchise at Philadelphia, Godspeed, at Dallas, and that improved defense. We know how dynamite that offense is. Again, Godspeed there. And then you're at home. You're finally back in D.C., but who do you face? The defending Super Bowl champs in the Seattle Seahawks. Loss again. It's probably going to be a horrific start for Washington overall. But, the other issue you got is Laramie Tunsil's out that left tackle position. So, you want to get some reps, I guess, with the first team. especially maybe some of the offensive linemen protecting Jaden Daniels. With the same token, given his injury downsides and his long history of nicks and scrapes and more serious setbacks, you don't want to go out there clack and a clack and roll the dice. You're like Cattell Marte sitting at that roulette table and watching that ball spin around, hoping it's going to land on green because you got all those chips stacked on a night you should be on the damn diamond.
And we will get to that Cattell Marte story, 310-840-4910. Yeah, look, I mean, the Commanders have a tough schedule. Even if they had the easiest schedule, like, I don't know, man. You can't put these guys in bubble wrap forever. And I get it. One play in the preseason could hurt your quarterback, but what's the ulterior then? Or what's the other thing that happens? That Jaden Daniels has no rhythm, no momentum with Stephon Diggs, with Antonio Williams. The offensive line doesn't know what it's like to block for him in a game. And then you go out there and you're, like you said, you're 0-3 going into that game across the pond against the Colts. And it feels like the season's bordering on the verge of being over already. So, we'll have to agree.
They're going to be bad.
Yeah, I think they will be bad. But I think that means it's that much more important to get the reps with Jaden Daniels and, get him out there for at least more than a series, at least 2 series than what they did on Saturday against the Detroit Lions. 310-840-4910. How about we rewind it to Friday night, Brad? This game was going on when I was in the solo portion on Friday night. First time we saw Bo Nix since the fractured ankle on that bizarre play against the Buffalo Bills. Jarrett Stidham had to play the AFC title game against the Patriots. And so we see Bo Nix on Friday night against the Packers in Denver. And it's also the first time for the new play caller, 31-year-old Davis Webb. Bo Nix, 6 of 9 for 76 yards and a touchdown. I thought he looked good. And I think there's a lot to be excited about with the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix, by the way, played 2 series, which took them into the early part of the second quarter. So Bo Nix played a decent amount. I thought he looked good, and I think there's a lot to be excited about, like I said, with this Broncos offense, even though there is the one big question mark. How is Davis Webb going to fare as their play caller?
Yeah, they're expected to play a little bit more up-tempo style this year, and I think it's going to benefit the offense overall. They got the weaponry. My boy Pat Bryant has been all the talk, all the rage throughout the entire summer months coming out of Broncos camp, and that's not my perspective because he went to such a fine institution here in the central part of the country. That's straight from the horse's mouth, that being Sean Payton. It's the beat writers on the ground that I've talked to. Pat Bryant has been the star of training camp, and he is locked in as a WR3 in this offense. Got Cortland Sutton there as a WR2, and, of course, Jalen Waddle. And they had a nice connection, a deep ball connection, went for like 30-plus yards. Bo Nix and him establishing that rapport and that chemistry, I thought was important for Denver. They really showed up and showed out. Again, that team is probably going to have the best offensive line in football. At least they're going to have a top 5 one. I think it will be the best. They're going to have a top 10 overall defense. You've heard me say this. I'm going to quadruple down yet again. The Broncos are winning the AFC this season. They're going to represent that conference in Los Angeles at SoFi Stadium in this year's Super Bowl against the patrons that are always in that venue, and that being the Los Angeles Rams, who I have representing out of the NFC and winning the whole shebang. So, yeah, Bo Nix was really impressive. The biggest shortcoming that he had last season, he was just number 23 to adjusted completion percentage. The fact that he went 6 for 9, had a couple of overthrows on 2 of those 3 misfires. That was a bit of a misstep, but he is going to be trending in a positive direction. At least that is my viewpoint because of the upgrade in receivers around him. And 2, adding Jonah Coleman in that backfield to go along with J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. And R.J. Harvey had the TD reception. So, yeah, needle is and the arrow is pointing up for Bo Nix. I think Bo was somewhat damn good in his last preseason game, and hopefully that will be the final one.
All right, how about one more quarterback here? And again, this is a guy that I think it would be up for debate between you and I. How long should he play? How long should he have played last night? That's Cam Ward coming off a pretty lackluster, if not bad, opening preseason game for the Tennessee Titans with new head coach Robert Saleh, but new play caller Brian Dable. So he played a couple of series again against the Seahawks last night. And Cam Ward goes 8 for 12 for 69 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. He did fumble, a fumble that he recovered, but he did get sacked once as well, and didn't end up running the football at all. From the highlight, I didn't watch this game live last night, but I did catch some of the highlights here today. I thought it was a little bit better, and again, going up against mostly Seahawks backup players. He did connect with Wan'Dale Robinson, although he, probably could have been more than that. He did have a nice little pitch and catch on a short pass that ended up going for over 30 yards to Tony Pollard. But overall, it felt like a little bit better from Cam Ward, but I still got a lot of question marks regarding how good he's going to be here in year 2. I felt like everything that could have went wrong did go wrong in year 1, and his rookie and his head coach Brian Callahan gets fired like 5 games in. So I feel like naturally a lot of folks think Cam Ward's going to take a step forward. They draft Carnell Tate. They bring in Wan'Dale Robinson. I think Brian Dable, as just an offensive coordinator, could be a pretty nice addition to Cam Ward and be a good confidant for him. But I mean, I don't know. Through 2 preseason games, I'm not smashing the excitement button thinking that the Titans are going to do anything this year, Brad.
No, I'm not completely sold on Cam Ward. Look, I think he's going to take a step in maturation. But my biggest reservation that I have about him through a couple of preseason games, where's the chemistry? Where's the connections with Carnell Tate? He's targeted him a handful of times, but they have not synced up one stinking time, not one lousy time. Have they, reeled in a catch off the hand, or Carnell Tate is reeled in a catch off the hand of Cam Ward? That's a little concern in me that they haven't been able to establish that, preseason rapport, given the, just inexperience that Carnell Tate has, and of course, some of the shortcomings and pitfalls of Cam Ward's game. So I would say Cam Ward is the exception to the rule here of what I laid out before. I'm a big supporter of not playing your starters, but he's an unproven starter and a guy that needs to make strides in his overall game. He was only number 31 last season in adjusted completion percentage, and a guy who should be able to take that step forward because, unlike last year, Tennessee had one of the most difficult overall strengths of schedule for a quarterback. They have one of the easiest, in fact, the 3rd easiest, and I'm using fantasy football information, but it all blends together. They have the 3rd easiest fantasy football quarterback strength of schedule coming into the regular season. So Cam Ward, now is your time to prove your mettle. Now is your time to shine. But man, you got to at least connect with your new shiny toy, and that being Carnell Tate. Where you at, bro?
310-840-4910. The missed connection. Missed connection. I think that's the name of a song, but I'm not going to try to sing it because I'm going to botch the lyrics. It's kind of
like my love life. Misconnection. That's the story of it.
And you're married with kids.
I am. I guess they're mine, and they might have been immaculately conceived, but sure.
Good time to break there. 310-840-4910. When we come back, a prayer circle after an Ashton Genty injury in practice yesterday. Is it all not that bad, though? We're going to break it down. That was the big news yesterday. And some big-time backup quarterback battles that I think for a lot of teams hopefully won't end up mattering, but with the nature of football, some of them probably will. We'll get to that when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Here we are in the year of our Lord 2026, just 2 years removed, a little more than 2 years removed, 2 years and 4 months removed from the 2024 NFL draft, and we already see the writing on the wall with one guy in particular. It's not Caleb Williams, first overall in 2024. Caleb Williams is probably in the best situation currently of any of the quarterbacks taken in that draft. There's more ceiling to find. Feels like Feels like last year may be the floor now for Caleb Williams. To the moon for Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Jaden Daniels went second overall that year. He's got an NFC Championship game appearance in his rookie year under his belt. If he can stay healthy, he's got a very productive career with a few more long playoff runs ahead of him at some point. I know there are people that are very doubtful of that, given the giant questionability of his health. But I think Jaden Daniels has got a lot of very good football left in him. Drake May, third overall that year. He's already got a Super Bowl appearance under his belt. Then you got Michael Penix at number 8. Oof. He is supposed to be full participant in practice again this week, so maybe he'll take control of that starting quarterback job in Atlanta because Tua Tagovailoa has looked like hot garbage so far. Atlanta needs somebody to play just capable quarterback at this point. I mean, their other options are Cooper Rush, oof, and maybe Jack Strand, who's actually looked the best of any of their quarterbacks in the preseason. So they need Penix. But the jury's still out on Penix in the grand scheme of what his career can become. The one we already know is a bust from 2024, J.J. McCarthy. Yes, I'm calling it now with 95% of the precincts reporting. J.J. McCarthy is the first bust of the 2024 draft class. He is the Todd Blackledge of this class. And it didn't take 4 years as it took the Chiefs to figure out with Blackledge. It took about 2 years and a training camp. And hell, he was hurt half the time for the Vikings to figure out that J.J. McCarthy isn't the guy. They go out, they get Kyler Murray. Murray wins the job. And now here's the problem. Not only has J.J. McCarthy lost the battle for QB1, I don't think he's even worth the QB2 job. Carson Wentz has played better than him in the preseason. McCarthy had one really nice completion to Ty Felton on Saturday. But aside from that pass, 4 of 9 for 31 yards. And he hasn't shown the ability to get away from the pass rush. I know the offensive line he's been playing behind hasn't been the greatest when he has played this preseason. But it feels like every pressure turns into a hopeless scramble drill. Like, there are, in some young quarterbacks, you see their ability to break the pocket when there's pressure, scramble, extend the play, and look downfield while they do it. I don't know what Drew Aller's going to become for the Steelers, if anything, but I've seen that in the preseason so far. I saw that when he was playing well at Penn State a couple of years ago, before last year's abysmal season and injury. I saw it again Friday night against the Jets, when the Steelers' offensive line was a mess and the Jets were creating pressure almost snap after snap after snap. Aller continued to evade pressure as much as he could and get the ball downfield. Had one great throw to one of their backup tight ends down the sideline. And I don't see that from J.J. McCarthy. I just don't. I see fear and panic rather than I'm going to be in control of extending the play. And the fear and the panic is why Carson Wentz is more suited to be the backup in Minnesota. And if J.J. McCarthy is relegated to QB3 duty, if J.J. McCarthy is relegated to third string quarterback, that's it. It's done. It's over. He's the first bust of the 2024 class.
Armchair and kick up your feet. It's Overreaction Monday on BetMGM tonight.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. We got the good, the bad, and the indifferent coming up at the top of the hour. That's a new segment. Can't wait to do that throughout the entirety of the football season. We're going to start it tonight. So a new segment on BetMGM tonight. We're taking all of your preseason overreactions from the weekend, including how many series should starting quarterbacks play, depending on the context. It all depends on the context, right? Jaden Daniels, I thought he should have got more than 3 plays, 1 throw. Cam Ward, I thought definitely should have played again. Bo Nix played a fair amount coming back. But, it goes to ask how much is too much in the preseason after a lot of the injuries we've seen. And Brad, one that we got yesterday that had nothing to do with the preseason game, but yet it was on the practice field yesterday. Ashton Genty, sprained ankle is what the Raiders are calling it after he exited practice with an apparent knee injury at first. That's what I saw. That was the first language. Ashton Genty had to be helped off the practice field, but then after a couple of hours is believed to have sprained his ankle. That is according to Schefter, and that is according to Ian Rappaport. The Raiders still unsure how long Genty will be out, but it is not considered a long-term injury. The Raiders have declined comment. They have not publicly commented on it yet. I'm assuming that Clint Kubiak is probably going to speak to the media tomorrow. Yeah, with the Raiders getting set for their third and final preseason game coming up later this week when they play the San Francisco 49ers on Thursday night. Not that Ashton Genty was going to play in that game, but during the team period, he ran a route and dove for the football, which was a low throw by Kirk Cousins. And Genty landed awkwardly on the turf grass inside the practice facility and stayed on the ground before being helped off by the athletic trainers. When he was being helped off, the reporting was that he couldn't put pressure on his right leg. Teammates took a knee and had a prayer circle after he exited the field. That didn't sound like a sprained ankle, but then the Raiders say, no, it's a sprained ankle. Brad, your immediate thoughts, because obviously this has fantasy football enriched into it for a lot of folks that were doing their drafts this weekend, a.k.a. last night. I know my brother-in-law took him, and they do a league with his 3 other brothers, and the nephews. My nephews are involved in it. He drafted Ashton Genty like minutes before that happened. But, in terms of the Raiders and what this means for him and this team, which has a lot of excitement building around it, that's it feels like it's nearly worst case scenario, but then all of a sudden sprained ankle, maybe he's ready to go week 1. I don't know, man. I need some more clarity here on Ashton Genty.
Yeah, we're going to get it tomorrow. There's a lot of questions that are still being prompted because we don't know the severity or the type of the ankle injury it is. Is it a high ankle sprain? Is it a garden variety ankle sprain? How severe is even the garden variety ankle sprain? We have no flipping idea. So there's really no way to really speculate about that. I will say, even if it's a high ankle sprain, he dodged maybe the biggest of bullets because when you are not putting pressure on your leg at all in a non-contact scenario, though I think he actually ran into his own teammate. So I corrected myself there. So friendly fire. But immediately what comes to mind is he blew an Achilles, he blew an ACL, an MCL, PCL, something massive tore, something significant shredded, and the season could be over. That was the immediate first thought that I had, especially with the prayer circle with the players and their reactions to it on the field. So again, we're going to get all the information. At least we hope. Hopefully, Vegas isn't going to be dodgy with this, and Kubiak directly answers what the media is going to ask him, which will probably be question number 1. What's the current state of Ashton Genty? What is he dealing with? What specifically is the ailment, and how severe is it? And is he going to be available for the week 1 opener, which is a winnable game for this franchise, the Silver and Black hosting the hapless Miami Dolphins. So I will say this, Pat, if they even lost Ashton Genty for a significant portion of the season, Mike Washington has looked like the real deal Holyfield running the rock in the preseason, whether with the ones, with the B team. He's bouncing off would-be tacklers. He's getting appreciable yards after contact. He's a guy, showing that shimmy and shake in the field. He's catching the ball in the backfield. He will be a legitimate crutch to lean on and a certifiable 3-down running back in the event anything significant were to happen to Ashton Jeanty. So they may not really skip much of a beat without Jeanty on the field. I think they've got bigger questions at play, that largely being at wide receiver. And of course, when will Fernando Mendoza get his time as the starting quarterback? Though they do also have some offensive line issues. So, don't exhale yet. Ashton Jeanty fans that are out there, maybe would-be fantasy football buyers of his services. But again, we're going to learn more details tomorrow. And of course, we're going to spend all of it right here on BetMGM tonight.
310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. 310-840-4910. Yeah, and Mike Washington Jr. is going to be in line to be the starting running back on this team for however long Ashton Jeanty is out. And, again, we are less than 20 days away from that first Sunday when the Raiders suit up against the Miami Dolphins. Sunday, September 13th, 20 days away. Ashton Jeanty has 20 days to recover and get ready to go. And I'd be very curious to see if it is a high ankle sprain and you're looking at what normally is like 4 weeks. We're 3 weeks away from week one. Would they suit him up and play if he's not 100% for week one and risk a re-injury right away? We're going to hopefully get some clarity.
Doubt it.
Right? They wouldn't. They would sit him out.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I mean, Jeremiah Love's got a high ankle sprain, right? And we don't know the extent of the severity of that injury because I don't think it's ever been revealed publicly by the Arizona Cardinals. The assumption kind of is it's more of the mild variety, but if it's a more severe ankle sprain of the high ankle sprain variety, that is a taxing, that is a tolling injury, and that is something, it's multi-week, and even when you come back, the lateral agility, the shifting about, the hard cutting action for guys, they lose that for a significant portion of the season, multiple weeks. They really pile up. So that gets sapped overall, though they could still be effective running a straight line, may not impact the receiving as much. But, again, we're going to hope for the best for Ashton Jeanty. We want to see him out there. He is a pint-sized punisher when on the field and has adequate run blocking, which last year rarely happened.
Exactly. 310-840-4910. All right, let's pivot here because the other big news that came out here over the last day or so was earlier this afternoon. We've got a trade. We've got a trade between two teams that played one another in the playoffs, Brad. And that is the Texans and the New England Patriots, with last year Houston going out in that ugly performance in the divisional round where C.J. Stroud threw 4 interceptions in the first half. And now the Patriots and Texans have agreed on a trade for Kayshon Boutte. Not a big surprise that these two teams are trading with one another because Nick Caserio, who is the general manager and executive vice president of the Houston Texans, was a longtime coach and then personnel assistant in the front office for the New England Patriots. So helping out his former team getting help from his former franchise, and Nick Caserio getting Kayshon Boutte in a trade with the New England Patriots today. Houston sends back Jalen Reed, safety, who played in 7 games as a 6th-round rookie last year. And the Texans also will send a 7th-round draft pick in 2028 to the New England Patriots. And the Texans, they get some help because we were wondering how are they going to do this once they lost their wide receiver number 2, Jaden Higgins, just a week ago to a torn ACL. A guy that was a 2nd-round draft pick for them last year and had over 500 yards and 6 touchdowns. We asked, will it just be up to Xavier Hutchinson and Jalen Noel and Tank Dell to step up and fill in the void left by Jaden Higgins? And now we get the answer, and that is no. There was speculation for a long time this offseason that the Patriots were going to trade Kayshon Boutte. I thought he had a pretty good year last year. I didn't really quite understand why they were going to trade him because you kind of 1-for-1 swapped out A.J. Brown for Stephon Diggs. And I know the New England Patriots also added Romeo Doubs, but I don't know. I felt like when you look at their other receivers, Pop Douglas, Mac Hollins, I felt like Kayshon Boutte kind of belonged in that conversation. For whatever reason, they didn't want him. The Patriots find a trade partner. He's now with the Houston Texans, and C.J. Stroud's got another weapon to throw to, which should give you just a little bit more confidence in this Texans offense here in 2026.
Yeah, look, here's Kayshon Boutte, man. That guy absolutely smacks when a guy that is, responsible for stretching the field. He's one of the best and most undervalued downfield, outside the numbers weapons in the entirety of the NFL. You don't believe me? You think that's hyperbolic? Let me give you the facts, folks. I actually posted this a couple hours on X, where I'm always giving it to you there, at Noisy Huevos. You can follow me on that side at that address. Make sure you follow my partner as well, at Pat Boyle 44, and the show at BetMGM tonight. But getting back to Boutte, last season, among qualifying wide receivers, he was numero uno in yards per target. He was numero uno in quarterback rating when targeted. He was number 5 in average depth of target. He was number 6 in yards per catch, averaging nearly 17 yards per reception. He's exactly what the doctor ordered for this team. Nico Collins is a premier field stretcher in his own right, but he can beat you in variable ways, especially over the middle of the field. He's a dirty worker between the hash marks. Boutte will work outside the numbers. He's not going to be heavily targeted, but when C.J. Stroud actually has time, which will probably be an uncommon occurrence for him, knowing the sieve of an offensive line the Texans have, he'll uncork down the field. And Boutte generally gets that separation. So I thought it was an excellent trade. I don't think they had to give up a whole lot. They also signed Sterling Shepard. They signed a couple of veterans to add some depth at wide receiver. But excellent move by H-Town. Somebody rocking, knocking in boots. Apparently, Kayshon Boutte is in his new digs. At least he soon will be. So good trade.
Yeah, I think it's a really good trade, and you had to give up a safety that didn't play a whole lot last year, and I mean, this Texan secondary is the best in football, so Jalen Reed really wasn't going to play much again this season, and a 7th-round draft pick. You know, for you mentioned how much of a deep threat Kayshon Boutte was last year. You do that deal 10 out of 10 times, 551 yards and 6 touchdowns, and that's not to mention, he got hurt early in the Week 9 game against the Falcons. So he didn't record a catch in that game, but he was barely on the field because he suffered an injury early and then didn't play the 2 weeks after that. And then also was still nursing an injury and didn't play Week 17 against the Jets. So, if he doesn't get hurt, who knows how much even more bigger of a season he could have had last year. Let's not forget, Week 6 to Week 8, Kayshon Boutte in a 3-game span had 10 catches for over 220 yards and 4 touchdowns. It was week after week after week. That's where you got this smacking that booty, Kayshon Boutte. That's where he became kind of a household name, at least for the New England Patriots last year. So, yeah, I think this is a great deal for the Texans. Hard to say that you fleece anybody for a wide receiver. No offense to Kayshon Boutte of this caliber, but all they had to give up was a 7th rounder and a safety that barely played last year. This feels like a great deal for the Houston Texans, and one, again, where you said it, Brad, Kayshon Boutte should make an immediate impact. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We'll come back. We got some of your texts, baseball stuff that we'll quickly hit on, but we'll get back to the football conversation as well, because there were some big-time backup quarterback battles that we've got to hit on from the weekend as well, and, again, how it could affect some teams with Super Bowl contention and Super Bowl aspirations this year. Hopefully, we won't have to be talking about who the next man up is, but we got some answers over the weekend if we do have to find out. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Last time I checked, the last time I checked, you know what football players do? They play football. You play football. That's what you do. You signed on to play football. And when the off season comes, you don't play football. You got almost 5-6 months. You don't play any football. Or when it's time to go practice and play football, that's what you signed on to do. You need to go do that. And I say that as a guy that played football at that level, right? My claim to fame, I tell people all the time, it wasn't playing for that long. And, you know what my claim to fame was? Never missing a practice. Never missing a start. That was my claim to fame. And that was intentional because I said, I'm a football player. This is what I do. Don't tell me it's the preseason. I could care less. Football practice, I'm going to practice football. When the game starts, I'm going to play in the game. This is football. That's what you do. You don't wear your baseball hat. You say, hey, man, I'll wait till the regular season and I'll play. What are you talking about? You signed on to play football. Football is not a career. That's what these guys don't understand. It's not a career. You can't say I'm going to play 10 years. You're day-to-day as a football player. Day-to-day.
There's no way Todd Monken has watched these two quarterbacks and said, well, Deshaun gives us the best chance to win. There's no way. That's Todd Monken's honest evaluation. Not a chance in the world. That's Todd Monken's decision. This is Jimmy Haslam. This is Andrew Berry. This is the Cleveland Browns organization once again being the Cleveland Browns. The Browns is the Browns. Deciding to exist in the sunk cost of Deshaun Watson. Here it is, Todd. You wanted that hot bowl of soup? It's ice cold. It's Deshaun Watson. Do me a favor, Todd. Go out there in a few hours and tell the media why you think Deshaun Watson is going to give us a better chance to win ball games than Shedeur Sanders. Look, I'm not some massive Shedeur Sanders fan, but you can't ignore the fact that the dude was better in the preseason during Watson and that Watson is a shell of his former self. This is nonsensical. This is the organization making a decision purely based on not wanting to have egg on their face for having to cut Watson loose now if they did.
With Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Yeah, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We've got the good, the bad, and the indifferent coming up at the top of the hour. It's a brand new segment on BetMGM tonight, so don't miss it. It's going to be all-encompassing sports, what happened to us over the weekend, pop culture. A lot of great stuff with this brand new segment, so cannot wait for that. 310-840-4910. Are you looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. You opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, and apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it. Boost it. BetMGM it. All right, before we get to some of the key backup QB battles over the weekend that took place, Brad, we do have a text coming in from our guy Neil from Vancouver. We hit on a little baseball here for a minute or two. Neil says, what's good, guys? Wanted to give a shout-out to two recent amazing pitching debuts. Tugboat Wilkinson for the San Francisco Giants, who's from here, with his Invisiball, and Cade Anderson for the M's, 1.06 ERA at Arkansas. The future is bright. Yeah, and I'll start with Cade Anderson, one of the top prospects in baseball. And Cade Anderson looked pretty damn good. I mean, I'll say that much. Look, the Seattle Mariners are an absolute disaster right now, but they do have a lot of hope to add to that already stacked pitching rotation with Cade Anderson. And I think if they could just find a way to get a lineup that can freaking score some runs, they could win the World Series. I mean, I felt like they had the rotation to win the World Series last year. I feel like they've got the rotation to win the World Series this year. There's only one problem. Their offense can't hit worth a lick. They got blown out again by your Cubbies yesterday, 19-2. But on Saturday, the game where Cade Anderson made his debut, 5 2/3, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 5 strikeouts. The Cubbies did get to him in that 6th inning, where Bregman and Bush both homer off of him to basically knock him out of the ball game. But, I mean, other than that, it was a hell of a great start from Cade Anderson. He's got dominant stuff, electric fastball. And, that was a pretty damn good Major League Baseball debut. Did you get a chance to catch a lot of what he was throwing?
Again, I was at an open bar in Vegas, and it was on the big screen. So I was throwing back a couple of high noons, and I saw some of the late innings that he was in. And the Cubs, of course, then came back, tied it 5-5, got in extras, and then they blew it. So, I know Seattle has been largely rubbish this season, but they're very much in the hunt for a wild card, because if you got any semblance of a pulse right now in the American League, you are still alive in the wild card, because that league is so painfully mediocre. And, Seattle 2 out of 3 of my Cubbies. The Cubs exercised some demons, you mentioned yesterday. Absolute slaughter. Miller came in late in that game, position player for the M's, and he was throwing some heat, Pat. He was making me, nervous. I would have been buckling in my cleats with that 36.2 mile an hour EFIS stuff that was cross the plate. That's not exaggeration. That's not hyperbolic. It was clocked at 36.2 miles an hour. Yes, in a Major League Baseball game. But Anderson was awesome. And I did see a picture. I didn't actually see Tugboat pitch, but Tugboat is an appropriate nickname. That guy has never passed up an opportunity to maybe throw down a double stack or a dozen. He's a big guy.
He is. He really is. That's not his actual first name, by the way, Matt Wilkinson. But yeah, what a hell of a nickname. Tugboat Wilkinson, who's from Vancouver, Canada, and then went to Central Arizona Junior College. But again, spent some time in the Bay Area, and then got drafted in the 10th round by the Guardians. The Invisiball, which is basically just his fastball, but because he comes at it from kind of a sidearm delivery and hides it really well, that's why they call it the Invisiball. And Tugboat, after I had it up here just before, but yeah, Tugboat also pitched pretty damn well in his last appearance as well. So shout out Neil from Vancouver. who's mentioning Tugboat Wilkinson. I didn't think that name would make it onto the show tonight, Brad, but nonetheless, here we are. And you mentioned it. Tugboat at 6'1", 250 pounds. Meaty fellow to say the least.
No, he ain't 250.
You think he's heavier? You think he's 275?
What's his height again? 6'1"?
They've got him listed on MLB.com as 6'1", 250.
No, that would be a svelte version of Tugboat Wilkinson. The photo that I saw, the guy had one hell of a table bumper. He is a dad bod extraordinaire. We were talking about the mid-off earlier with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. That guy is a mid-off Hall of Famer. Tugboat Wilkinson doing it for the Rod Becks of the world out there of Major League Baseball past. I'm glad he had an amazing debut. I didn't know he had the invisible. I'm going to have to check him out. I'm really excited to watch portly guys go out there and pitch. 250? Way over. Somebody give me a line at BetMGM right now. Again, I'm smacked. Daddy want. Daddy need. Daddy gotta have it. Let's sledgehammer the over. No way. Tugboat Wilkinson is 250. He might be 3 bills easily. You don't believe me? Google image it, folks.
That's one of the greatest appearances for the sledgehammer that I've ever seen. The over on Tugboat's actual weight. Yeah, I'm looking at the highlights of his last appearance and some of the pictures. Yeah, 250. That's a disgrace. He might have been. He might be 250 in on one half of his body. He's got to be pushing 300 pounds. You're right. Especially the picture that I see in the dugout where they have it captioned, "The tugboat's voyage begins." I mean, hey, look, Bartolo. Nobody will ever have a body like Bartolo Colon, but this is pretty.
No.
This is pretty egregious. I was 215 pounds a year ago. You're telling me I'm only 35 pounds off of this guy? No shot. You're right, Brad. We need to get to the bottom of this. I need a video. I need San Francisco Giants social media team to have Tugboat Wilkinson step on a scale and just record what the weight says. No doctor, no doctorations. Yeah, so do I. By the way, you know Tugboat Wilkinson was the same kid that had 16 strikeouts at the Little League World Series 11 years ago. Does that make you feel old?
Oh, man, yeah. Again, I had amazing hair 11 years ago. I was so long, flowing, and curling. I mean, the amount of ladies that lined up just to touch my lovely locks 11 years ago, utterly amazing.
Yeah, Tugboat, I said he had a great debut, 2 innings, no runs, and then he pitched a bulk of the game against the Red Sox yesterday and gave up a bomb and gave up 4 runs in 3 2/3. So that ERA that was at 0.00, now at 6.35. 310-840-4910. Combs says in our group chat, in our show chat, I'm 230. There is no way he is only 250.
You should read Monty's response.
Monty said sledgehammering the over on a guy's weight is diabolical. I mean, look, he's not 250. There's no shot he's 250.
We're calling a spade a spade.
That's an excellent point out by you, Brad. There's no shot this guy's 250. Not a prayer. There's not a prayer.
He should be the left tackle for the Washington Commanders. Larry Tunsil's out, just signed our boy Tugboat Wilkinson, and he's going to be able to keep Jaden Daniels' jersey clean. That is an outright guarantee, and I never use a G word here on BetMGM tonight.
Oh my! I love all these different headlines too from different journalistic outlets. Tugboat Wilkinson ready to set sail on major league career. the maiden voyage.
It's a dream.
Instagram caption. If only this guy is as good as his pitch, the invisible, and as his body. We could be looking at the next star of Major League Baseball, the Canadian, Big Tugboat Wilkinson. All right, 310-840-4910. Brand new segment coming up next on BetMGM tonight. It's called The Good, the Bad, and the Indifferent from the weekend. We'll get to it when we return. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
that. They just refuse to die. And I think there's something about that. You can't measure it. There's no quantitative data to back it up. But when you get to October, and maybe we're talking about a rematch of the 2008-2009 NLCS, right? Those were some great series between the Dodgers and the Phils. And we got Dodgers-Phillies again. And we've got one team who's coming off back-to-back World Series titles and is just littered with talent in the Dodgers. We got another team that has their own fair share of big names, but also, like I said, sees baseball mortality on the horizon and just comes up with a little extra something. The Rocky ethos. And so it wouldn't shock me if you asked me to pick a team, and I know I've picked the Brewers as recently as a week and a half ago. If you asked me to pick a team that could knock off the Dodgers in October, it's this Phillies team. And I don't know if they're going to stay this hot through the entire month of September. But what you've seen over the last 9 games is exactly why they're the team that can beat the Dodgers in October.
I don't know how it's going to go. He said yesterday that Deshaun Watson's post-game remarks were not going to factor in. I don't know how they can't, but he claims that there is no way that he is factoring those in, and he's not going to let one emotional moment by Deshaun dictate this quarterback competition. So we'll have to see if that holds true as we move forward here. But I do think that up until that point, Deshaun had the decided edge. I feel like Todd Monken wanted to start the experienced veteran who he felt would give them the best chance to win. But while he has been kind of watching Deshaun Watson throughout this past couple of months, he's also seen Shedeur Sanders come very quickly up that learning curve. And he just continues to get better and better and better. He works harder and harder. And some of the things that they needed to see from him, they have seen over the last few weeks.
I was always a big believer in listening to your eyes, and my eyes tell me that I don't know if Shedeur, talent-wise, is a better quarterback than Watson. That played, 4 or 5 years ago when he was at his best. Mm-hmm. But I'm surprised, a little bit surprised that they go with Deshaun. After his interview, I mean, I just felt like he was a beaten guy. That he didn't have any, he didn't have any life in his body. When he talked about the fans booing him, and he's got every game he plays now, he's got 17 away games. I mean, that's not how you start the season off with your quarterback. But hey, coach made the decision. That's where they're going.
your live game night huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Monday night program kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We'll get back to your calls and your texts in just a bit. 310-840-4910 if you want to jump on the horn. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Still plenty of football headlines to get to from over the weekend. But, Brad, are you ready for a brand new segment here on BetMGM Tonight?
Oh, I love the joy of newness. Of course I am, my friend. What is it?
So it'll be all of us involved. You, me, producer Brandon Combs, VP Monty, and our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios. And it's a way to, we'll do this, I think, every Monday moving forward, especially throughout the football season. It's a great way to talk about football and outside of our normal debates of the big storylines and the big games from the weekend. It's a good way to talk about stuff that happened in our personal lives over the weekend, and a good way to talk about anything else in life or anything else that happens throughout the weekend in the fall. It's called The Good, The Bad, and The Indifferent. We'll each give something that was good over the weekend. We'll each give something that was bad, and then something that each of us is indifferent about. So without further ado, I'll kick us off here with the good, and that is for me, as a New York Giants fan, Malik Neighbors shedding the red no-contact jersey over the weekend in practice, and head coach John Harbaugh saying, quote, reasonable to assume that Malik Neighbors plays in week 1. I mean, this kind of puts to bed, Brad, a offseason and a summer of uncertainty, of doubt, of panic at times, and pessimism that Malik Neighbors was going to be ready to start week 1. You and I've been screaming back in the early July that Malik Neighbors might begin training camp on the PUP list. How does Patrick Mahomes tear his ACL in December and he's good to go? How does Daniel Jones tear his Achilles in December and he's seemingly good to go? Malik Neighbors tore his ACL in September and there was a chance that he might not be ready to go for the start of the season. That kind of seems to be a distant memory now. Again, out of the non-contact jersey, fully practicing, and Malik Neighbors on track to play in week 1 for the New York Giants against the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. Oh, baby, that was the best part of my weekend.
Yeah, that's a good one, my friend. I'm going to give a shout out to J.J. Bleday, and indeed had one hell of a day over the weekend for the Big Red Machine. He up for the cycle, the 4th Major League Baseball cycle this year, in the 8th in Cincinnati Reds history. It's actually the first cycle by a Red on the road. You got to go way back. The last person to do it was in 1915. So an extremely rare occurrence. The last cycle overall, whether home or away for a Cincinnati Red, was Ellie De La Cruz back in 2023. But a shout out to J.J. Bleday for hitting for the cycle. Definitely part of the good of the weekend.
Good stuff. All right, over to producer Brandon Combs. Combs, what was the good for the weekend?
My good was Shedeur Sanders. I thought that he actually secured the starting spot for the Cleveland Browns this weekend. But, you know, the Cleveland Browns, they're going to continue to Cleveland Brown, and they're going to bring in Deshaun Watson. But Shedeur Sanders looked good this weekend, 9 of 11. I know he threw the only touchdown pass. He had an 84 passer rating, which was 73, or an 87 passer rating, which is 73 points higher than Shedeur Sanders' passer rating. So, yeah, I thought he was the good. I thought he looked pretty damn good on Saturday. I don't believe that he's the future quarterback for the Browns either, but I do think he's a better option than Deshaun Watson.
Okay. All right, Combs. We'll leave it at that. We can get into that a little bit later. We'll get more into the topic that we started the show with, Deshaun Watson being named the starting quarterback. Let's get to our guy, Monty, our video producer. Monty, what was the good over the weekend for you?
Yeah, for me, it's got to go back to baseball. PCA extending his lead in the NL MVP race. Ohtani doesn't get a hit Saturday or Sunday. PCA double Saturday, homer Sunday, and a stolen base. And he's now minus 190 on BetMGM to win NL MVP.
Whoa!
Let's go.
Yeah, absurd. I mean, he's running away with it. Ohtani's got to step on the mound. He has to. He has to.
Yep.
Otherwise, this thing seems like it is headed towards Overtown for PCA. Oh, baby. I don't know. Combs is going to be the happiest man alive because he was. I mean, look, I'm sure he also was probably claiming Caleb Williams is going to win the MVP this year, and the Bears are going to win the Super Bowl, and the Blackhawks are going to win the Stanley Cup trophy, and the Bulls are going to win the Eastern Conference. But hey, he does look like he's going to be right on PCA winning the MVP. So only about 30 games left to go. All right, let's get to our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios. Lee, what was good for you over the weekend?
Well, I didn't get much sports in, but as always, I did get a few trips to the movie theater and some stuff at home because I had a bad back. But for what was a lackluster opening weekend, we had Insidious, Paw Patrol, and Jason Statham's Mutiny. We actually got some good stuff out there, too. We had Tony, which is about Aunt Dane, a summer of his young, youthful life out there on the East Coast. We had a movie called Teenage Sex and Death at Camp Miasma, which is kind of a play on Friday the 13th. Fantastic little indie film. Very weird, very
nice.
Very, very weird. Gillian Anderson was awesome in it. And then to cap it all off, Lanterns on HBO, second episode. Fantastic show. Not just for the nerds out there. It's quite the whodunit murder mystery for anyone who's looking for a new show to watch.
Oh, I'm in on that.
Yeah.
I like
Big 2 thumbs up so far through 2 episodes.
Let me rewind here. Let me rewind. Who's Gillian Anderson? Because I feel like I'm.
Oh, Scully from X-Files.
Yeah.
So if you're all those X-Files fans out there who want a little Gillian Anderson back in your life, she is absolutely riveting in this. She's got a very bizarre character. I'll say that. I'll leave it at that. And not for everybody, not everybody's cup of tea, but it's worth a watch for those who like the indie, hard to find hidden gems out there.
Wow. And how about this? So I Googled Gillian Anderson, and the first headline that I see, Lee, is Gillian Anderson says she was on meth when she broke into her high school.
What? I gotta read up on that story.
I'll just read the first 2 paragraphs. I'll read the first couple of sentences. Gillian Anderson looked back on a rambunctious moment of her teenage years that resulted in an arrest. The former X-Files actress revealed on August 17th, an episode of Conan O'Brien's podcast, that she was on crystal meth when she was arrested for breaking into her Grand Rapids, Michigan school back in '86. She would have been 17 at the time. Wow, Scully was getting
an FBI agent. There you go.
Yeah.
Quite the turnaround there. That is quite the turnaround.
Good for her.
All right, so that was the good from the weekend, and now time for the bad. Alrighty. The bad for me over the weekend, it started out as great, Brad, and I mentioned this on the show on Friday, that I felt like I needed a challenge for myself ahead of the Phillies game that I was going to with my girlfriend, with Corinne, and her dad and his girlfriend. And I don't know why. I don't know why I needed to put forth this challenge, but nonetheless, I did. And I wasn't going to do the 999. That's just completely impossible. I don't know how anybody does that. Unless you're going like Joey Chestnut style and you're not eating the buns and you're just eating the hot dogs raw, just the wiener, just the tubular meat.
Pat.
So that wasn't going to be it for me, but go ahead.
Pat, you know who could do it? Tugboat Wilkinson.
Tugboat Wilkinson could put it down in 3 innings. They'd have to rename it for him. It'd be 993. Wouldn't make any sense. He'd be done by the 4th inning. And he'd be looking for more. Yeah. So anyway, so I was like, all right. I do feel like being a total slob on Saturday, but kind of within the means of physical possibility. And I love chicken tenders. I mean, again, as a Yankee fan, somebody that has spent many, many times at Yankee Stadium, the chicken tender bucket, the chicken finger bucket, fingers, tenders, however you'd like to differentiate between the two, doesn't matter. But the bucket at Yankee Stadium I don't know if it'll ever be beaten. So I was like, all right, I guess if I'm going to go to a Phillies game, because I can't stand the team nor any of the teams in the city, but promised the girlfriend we'd do something with her dad. All right, wasn't enough that I got the tickets. So anyway, I showed up. I was like, if I'm gonna be at this game that I have no desire to cheer for either team or root against either team, I don't give a damn about the Phillies or the Cardinals. Might as well make the most of it. Let me challenge myself with as many beers and tendies as I possibly could. So I set the over on the show on Friday night, Brad, at 14.5. And I figured any combination, whether it's if the basket of tendies is 5 and I get 2 of them and then put down 5 beers. But then again, I feel like most stadiums now, they don't offer regular size beers. They offer like the tall boys. And that is what Citizens Bank Park offered on Saturday.
Oh my God.
So I was like, all right. I was maybe hoping to put down 4 or 5. I was like, I have to readjust the game plan here. I have to audible. I don't think I'm putting down more than 3 of these things because they're basically 2 beers in one. And I got to pick something that's easy. Now you can call, and I had a couple of people making fun of me on social media. That's fine. Ooh, you didn't drink this IPA that is like the hops are so refined and you didn't do this. You went with a Leinenkugel Summer Shandy? Yeah, no, I went with a Summer Shandy. All right, it's light. It's nice on a summer night. Screw you if you're going to try to emasculate me because I drank Leinenkugel Summer Shandy. So anyway, the tendies, Brad, that's where I really got myself into trouble. It was a basket of 4. And then my girlfriend on top of it, she's like, hey, can you have some fries with me? Because I want to have a couple fries, but I don't want to eat a whole thing. I ended up having fries. I did the 3 beers. I had to do 3 baskets of chicken tenders in order to get to the over. So I had 12 tendies, 3 tall boy beers. That got me to 15. And on the 3rd basket, my girlfriend was like, why are you doing the over? Why are you doing this? I was like, well, I said I would do it on my show, so I kind of have to be a man of my word. She goes, you're a jackass. And so she goes, you're going to regret this. She goes, you're probably going to regret this tomorrow. And Brad, regret it. I did. It was a lengthy trip on the can on Sunday morning. Yeah. Again, last night, still felt some residual effects. Now I know why I don't eat like that anymore, because I can't handle it, nor can my stomach. So that was the bad. It started out good. The game was good. The Phillies crushed the Cardinals, so it was a good time for my girlfriend and her dad. And I did also get an ice cream sandwich. I really let myself go on Saturday, and I was feeling the residual effects. So that was the bad.
Joey Chestnut, you were not, my friend. I'm just going to say that right now. All right. My bad actually occurred last night. Again, I was in Vegas, had one whale of a time. It was all good there. But I touched on, I have back-to-back fantasy auction drafts. One of my home leagues back in my Denver days, 16-team Superflex League. I had the opportunity to get Ashton Genty because the news had just broke about him getting injured. And people like, okay, we're going to throw him out first. And they did. They threw him out. He was the first player everybody bid on. He only went for $10. I did not have, me being the CEO of Team Huevos, I went Team Raisins and didn't go the extra dollar and got Ashton Genty for a song. I didn't want to risk it. So what was hilarious is, coincidentally enough, the very next player thrown out, the second player in the entire auction draft, was Mike Washington Jr. So I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe Genty's done. I mean, they took a knee, they're praying. He could put pressure on the leg. Yeah, it could be an ACL, could be an Achilles. It could be a wrap for his season. I'm going to get Washington for a pretty and wonderful penny. Well, he went for the exact same price. It was a fail, major fail in hindsight, because, of course, we got the news about 2 hours later that Genty supposedly suffered an ankle injury. We don't know the severity. We talked about it earlier, but it is a blown opportunity by your boy of going with the backup and not going the extra dollar on Ashton Genty, and I feel like a giant boob.
Yeah, and that's just tough timing, especially while that's all going down and you're in Vegas too. That's a tough pill to swallow. All right, producer Brandon Combs, what was the bad of the weekend for you?
First of all, anybody that ever comes at you for drinking a Leinenkugel Summer Shandy, you tell them to go shove it. Because that's my beer of choice as well in the summertime. If I'm going to drink a beer, it's a Leinenkugel Summer Shandy. So anybody who doesn't like it, go pound sand, buddy. All right. My bad. Daquan Wright of the Cleveland Browns? No. Now of the LSU Tigers, because he gets cut by the Cleveland Browns, and because of something that was in his contract, he is now allowed to go pursue his 5th season of eligibility at LSU. This is the epitome of what is wrong with college sports right now. This is the epitome of what is wrong with the NIL. I was one of those people who clamored for college athletes to get paid, for them to get their name, image, and likeness, get jersey sales, get video game stuff, get all of the stuff that they can while they're in, get a free meal from a coach, all of that stuff. I should have known that when I was clamoring for all that, once you give rich people more money, they have to take that next step and just ruin everything. Because that's what's going on right now in college sports all around. It's not just college football, college sports all around. The NCAA either needs to get a handle on this, or they need to wash their hands of this, and all of college sports needs to just become a second professional league.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of lean, I'm going to be honest, I lean a little bit more towards indifferent than this one. I mean, the NCAA is a complete freaking mess, and this is just the latest. But, yeah, playing preseason games over the weekend and then go back to college. I mean, it's a nice double life that you get to live. All right. Our video producer, Monty. Monty, what was the bad of the weekend for you?
Yeah, going back to baseball here, coincidence with the Cubs, but Bryce Miller, you remember the Mariners lost the Brewers 22-0 about a week ago. That was a Bryce Miller start. Sunday, the Cubs beat the Mariners 19-2. Also a Bryce Miller start. So he has lost back-to-back starts by 17 runs at least. That is insane.
Wow.
He is the 4th pitcher in MLB history to accomplish that horrible, horrible feat. So, Bryce Miller, bad weekend for you, buddy.
That's right. I mean, look, if you're going to get beat in the start, you might as well get beat. You might as well get bludgeoned, right? You might as well get bludgeoned. Finally, our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios. Lee, what was the bad of the weekend?
Well, there's a lot going on. But how about this? Something that should be taking up our entire show, the Disney NFL collaboration with the NFL shop. Lots of hits, but a lot of misses, too. You got the Las Vegas Raiders being rocked by Darth Vader. You got Captain America for New England. King Triton for Miami. But there's some weird ones in here. Green Bay Packers have Chewbacca for no reason whatsoever. They could have gone Ratatouille. That would have made a lot more sense, but
yeah, with the cheese,
a little more badass than a rat is Chewie. Cleveland gets Pluto. I think they could have gone with a gnarlier dog. There's a lot of hits and misses, a lot of head scratchers in this Disney NFL collaboration. Have you guys gotten a chance to look at any of these?
I saw the Toy Story one.
Yeah, the Cowboys, of course, got Woody, and the Houston Texans get whatever the girl's name is, from Toy Story. And for some reason, Thanos is the Tennessee Titans. He should have been, he's purple.
What?
He should have been for the Ravens. That would have been cooler. And of course, Thor's for the Vikings. That's a no-brainer. But lots of best one of all though, and then I'll end it at this: Big Bad Wolf for Kansas City Chiefs basically gave the Chiefsaholic an official logo. With a
that guy that's a complete scumbag and a criminal. He gets now kind of immortalized with a Disney collab.
Yep, absolutely. Big Bad Wolf. There you go.
Yeah, down with that.
Whatever. I thought with the Houston Texans, you could have given them Buzz Lightyear. Houston, we have a problem.
See, that would have been a lot cooler. They gave Buzz Lightyear to the Jets.
Okay. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. All right.
Oh, he's got to just sit at the bottom of the East River? Okay.
On to the indifferent. I'll start here with the indifferent. I've already had enough of Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss versus LSU. Like, I guess just get me to the game. Get me to the week of the game because I can really start ramping up. But I see an article today on CBS Sports that Ole Miss had the FBI come into their facilities and sweep for bugs. Like, the bug that a mafia would give you after Lane Kiffin's departure to LSU. So their NIL director, Walker Jones, revealed that Ole Miss did go to extreme lengths to make sure Lane Kiffin didn't do any tampering, isn't no espionage, nothing like that. He said, quote, "We actually had the FBI come through and walk the building for bugs and for everything. We knew kind of what was in Baton Rouge, and we knew how they operated. I remember getting on my knees and looking underneath desks and seeing if there was some sort of bug involved. Somebody was like, 'What are you doing?' And I was like, 'Trust me, you don't know this guy like I do.'" Ole Miss so afraid that Lane Kiffin, on his way out to LSU, bugged the facility so he could hear everything that they were doing, or that he bugged the facility while he was there. And basically, that awkward ending where it was like the worst kept secret that he was leaving for LSU while he was still at Ole Miss. People were paranoid that every conversation was going to impact what players would stay and what other staff would go to Ole Miss and what staff would stay. I'm indifferent. I really don't care. It's I'm fed up. I mean, we put this whole thing to bed, I felt like months ago, but they're going to play each other in less than a month. So I guess never too early to ramp it back up. But Ole Miss was so paranoid of Lane Kiffin, they had the FBI come through and sweep the place. I mean, geez. Find something else better to do. Just beat Lane Kiffin's ass, and then you don't have to worry about bugging the football facilities. Brad, what were you indifferent about over the weekend?
SEC at its finest right there. That's a pinpoint example. CMC, the load management in camp of the preseason, completely overblown. People reading way far into this and spending more time racking their brain. Is he okay? Does he have the bilateral Achilles tendonitis again? Oh, his tendons must not be intact. Oh, CMC is going to ruin my fantasy football team this year. There's no way I can touch him with the longest of polls in the first round of my draft. It's not a big freaking deal, America. All they're doing is ensuring that he's going to be healthy. He had some tightness in the preseason. He's a guy that's taken 10 days off. He's 10 days back on. He's going to have another 10 days off, and then he's going to be on for the regular season. This is load management. This is ensuring that he's going to be healthy for week one, and they're trying to prepare him, given his advanced age, given the accumulation of touches, to get the most games out of him possible. So quit dwelling and digging in on this. CMC, at least early on, is going to be A-okay.
I agree with you. If I have pick number, what's CMC's ADP, Brett? Is it like 9, 10?
Right about 6.
Yeah.
And PPR.
If I have that pick in my league, 6 or even if I have 8 and he's still there, 9 and he's still there, I'm grabbing him. I'm not worried about the substation. I'm not worried about anything. There's a lot of more stuff that 49ers fans have to worry about right now with the news today of their owner, Jed York, getting arrested for possible prostitution charges than worrying about Christian McCaffrey right now. Producer Brandon Combs, what are you indifferent about from the weekend?
Speaking of load management, I am indifferent on the Cattell Marte stuff, man. Very indifferent on the Cattell Marte stuff. It is what? The Cattell Marte stuff is just, unreal. But who cares that he was at a casino while the Diamondbacks are playing? He's clearly not with the team. He's not on the team. So whatever, it's like when you call into work. If I call into work and I call in sick, it doesn't matter what I go and do that night. I called in. I'm an adult. If I want to call in and I want to go somewhere else, I want to do something else, that's on me. That's my personal decision. For people to be caring about Cattell Marte and what he's doing on his off time when he's not with the team and now he's on the IL, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think I think this is more so just like the optics that they're basically in the thick of a wild card race right now, and you had everything that happened last week with him no-showing the Red Sox, and then he did go to the team's medical facility, and once he's done there, he is, and that's what Torey Lovello said. He's like, he's free to do whatever he wants. I feel like the team just doesn't want him there after what happened last week. I feel like he's kind of like, they don't want him to be around the team, but I don't know, to go to a casino while your team's playing. I feel like you could have spent your Friday night or Saturday night a lot better and more responsibly than by doing that. The optics of, again, who knows if he feels like his time with the Diamondbacks is completely done, then I guess it doesn't matter. But I'm not as indifferent as you are, because I do feel like you should have just went home.
Okay.
All right.
He'll be a Yankee next
Monty?
year, so what do you care?
I mean, honestly, that wouldn't be bad for me. There's not a whole lot of casinos in the Bronx. So, Monty, what are you indifferent about?
I'm with Brandon on that. Who cares about that? But also, who cares about Deshaun Watson winning the starting quarterback job? I do not care about this quarterback competition, quote unquote, at all. Like, both quarterbacks
Who the
are
hell
horrible.
cares?
It's the Browns. It won't matter. Thank you, Cartman. 100% agree. Like, let's move on, people. It's the Browns. Who cares?
That is a really good point. I mean, it is the NFL.
That's fair.
It is one of the two quarterback battles that remain. But yeah, I mean, it is the Browns. Lee, you got anything that you're indifferent about, brother?
You know me, I care about absolutely everything. So no, nothing I'm indifferent about. Let me find something for you. How about whatever the hell Enes Kanter is trying to say on a WNBA match? I could give a rat's ass about Enes Kanter. That's what I'll say.
There you
Don't
go.
need to dive
that's a good one.
any deeper
Good
into
one.
that.
There you go. All right, that's a good way to end the segment. Good, the bad, and the indifferent. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. Get your calls and your texts when we return, and we'll do a little player pick'em. A lot of your fantasy drafts coming up this week. That's next on BetMGM tonight. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports.
Here we are in the year of our Lord 2026, just 2 years removed, a little more than 2 years removed, 2 years and 4 months removed from the 2024 NFL draft, and we already see the writing on the wall with one guy in particular. It's not Caleb Williams, first overall in 2024. Caleb Williams is probably in the best situation currently of any of the quarterbacks taken in that draft. There's more ceiling to find. Feels like last year may be the floor now for Caleb Williams. To the moon for Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Jaden Daniels went second overall that year. He's got an NFC Championship game appearance in his rookie year under his belt. If he can stay healthy, he's got a very productive career with a few more long playoff runs ahead of him at some point. I know there are people that are very doubtful of that, given the giant questionability of his health. But I think Jaden Daniels has got a lot of very good football left in him. Drake May, third overall that year. He's already got a Super Bowl appearance under his belt. Then you got Michael Penix at number 8. Oof. He is supposed to be full participant in practice again this week, so maybe he'll take control of that starting quarterback job in Atlanta because Tua Tagovailoa has looked like hot garbage so far. Atlanta needs somebody to play just capable quarterback at this point. I mean, their other options are Cooper Rush and maybe Jack Strand, who's actually looked the best of any of their quarterbacks in the preseason. So they need Penix. But the jury's still out on Penix in the grand scheme of what his career can become. The one we already know is a bust from 2024, J.J. McCarthy. Yes, I'm calling it now with 95% of the precincts reporting. J.J. McCarthy is the first bust of the 2024 draft class. He is the Todd Blackledge of this class. And it didn't take 4 years as it took the Chiefs to figure out with Blackledge. It took about 2 years and a training camp. And hell, he was hurt half the time for the Vikings to figure out that J.J. McCarthy isn't the guy. They go out, they get Kyler Murray. Murray wins the job. And now here's the problem. Not only has J.J. McCarthy lost the battle for QB1? I don't think he's even worth the QB2 job. Carson Wentz has played better than him in the preseason. McCarthy had one really nice completion to Ty Felton on Saturday. But aside from that pass, 4 of 9 for 31 yards. And he hasn't shown the ability to get away from the pass rush. I know the offensive line he's been playing behind hasn't been the greatest when he has played this preseason. But it feels like every pressure turns into a hopeless scramble drill. Like, there are, in some young quarterbacks, you see their ability to break the pocket when there's pressure, scramble, extend the play, and look downfield while they do it. I don't know what Drew Aller is going to become for the Steelers, if anything, but I've seen that in the preseason so far. I saw that when he was playing well at Penn State a couple of years ago, before last year's abysmal season and injury. I saw it again Friday night against the Jets, when the Steelers' offensive line was a mess and the Jets were creating pressure almost snap after snap after snap. Aller continued to evade pressure as much as he could and get the ball downfield. Had one great throw to one of their backup tight ends down the sideline. And I don't see that from J.J. McCarthy. I just don't. I see fear and panic rather than I'm going to be in control of extending the play. And the fear and the panic is why Carson Wentz is more suited to be the backup in Minnesota. And if J.J. McCarthy is relegated to QB3 duty, if J.J. McCarthy is relegated to third-string quarterback, that's it. It's done. It's over. He's the first bust of the 2024 class.
Last time I checked, you know what football players do? They play football. You play football. That's what you do. You signed on to play football.
Sit back and kick up your armchair. It's Overreaction Monday on BetMGM tonight.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll get you caught up on some baseball scores here in just a bit. It is a Monday night. I was going to say it's a busy Monday night, but it's not all that busy. I mean, you've got 20 out of the 30 teams in Major League Baseball in action. Brad, your Cubbies about to kick it off with the Diamondbacks in about an hour. My Yankees are off. Phillies and the Mariners opening up a critical 3-game set. You could say the same about the Padres and the Pirates if you still give the Pirates a glimmer of a hope. Diamondbacks definitely. Cubs Diamondbacks is probably the biggest game and biggest game of the night for sure. Either that or Red Sox Marlins. So, yeah, not a busy Monday night, but it's a Monday night where only 10 teams have the day off. So we'll get you caught up on some baseball scores in a bit at 310-840-4910. But, Brad, how about a little NFL fantasy football player pick'em here with a lot of folks' drafts coming up either this week or next week. Let's run this thing up the flagpole here. What's the premise of this player pick'em segment that you got planned for us?
We got a 3-pack of players going a similar ADP. That's average draft position tier. We're thinking about PPR formats, and then you just pick which one of the 3 you would rather draft if presented the opportunity. Simple as that.
Bang. Beautiful. All right. So, Brad, I'll tee you up here for the first one. Which player would you rather roster here in a PPR format? Let's start with a couple of running backs. Derrick Henry of the Baltimore Ravens, Kenneth Walker III, now of the Kansas City Chiefs, or Saquon Barkley of the Philadelphia Eagles, Brad. Who would you want out of those three?
Kenneth Walker the third. Simple reason. A lot of people say over the football Frankenstein. Are you kidding me? Derrick Henry is still a load and a tough man to bring down. I understand that, and that is 100% correct. But I think Kansas City is going to have premium offensive line. I think they're going to shift offensively. Less of an emphasis on Patrick Mahomes' arm, more of an emphasis on the legs of the coveted free agent acquisition coming over from the defending world champions, that being the Seattle Seahawks. He was in a full-blown running back by committee room in the Starbucks City. He's probably going to get maybe upwards of 75 to 80% of the opportunity share. He is the picture of efficiency. Yards after contact per attempt. Missed tackles forced. I think he's going to catch 35 to 40 balls out of that backfield as well. Difficult strength of schedule. It is bottom 10 in terms of easiest in the NFL, but he will best Derrick Henry, and he's 100,000 best percent best. Got a Saquon Barkley, who's just really a picture of inefficiency in so many categories, and I think Tank Bigsby is going to be breathing down his neck if he is not more effective on a per-touch basis. So give me Kenneth Walker the third. What say you, Pat?
I'm going to disagree. I'm going with Saquon Barkley. I mean, I just think he's in store for a big bounce back season. I think he's in store for a big bounce back season. I like them bringing in. I like Sean Mannion and what I've seen and heard so far from Eagles training camp and how they're, well, not as a Giants fan, but in terms of, for my argument's sake here, for Saquon Barkley's sake, I love everything I've seen from their training camp and reporting that I've been seeing about the Eagles offense. Jalen Hurts under center, a lot of pre-snap motion. Saquon Barkley going to be more involved in the passing game. That all bodes well. And let's not, for all how terrible or how mediocre of a season it was last year for Philly and their offense was stuck in neutral, Saquon had 1,140 rushing yards, 7 touchdowns, 273 receiving yards, and 2 more touchdowns. So, yeah, the touchdown numbers were absolutely down. But that was a bad year. And he still had nearly 1,500 yards from scrimmage, and he had 9 total touchdowns. Now, do I ever think he's going to replicate what he did in 2024, one of the greatest seasons ever by a running back, over 2,000 yards? I don't. Do I think that he's more than capable of putting a season up of in between the last 2 years? 1,500 rushing yards, double-digit touchdowns? I absolutely do. Nothing against Kenneth Walker, and I think that was a great signing by the Chiefs. And we know that they've desperately been craving for a run game to help out Patrick Mahomes. I still just struggle to believe in that Chiefs offensive line. And I think the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line, they look healthy. I think they're going to have a big bounce back season. And so I think Saquon is also going to have a big bounce back year. And again, the reports that he's going to be more involved in the passing game, that should help as well from a pass catching dynamic. We know Derrick Henry's not going to be catching a ton of footballs, and jury's out on if Kenneth Walker III is going to be catching a ton of passes as well. So I'm going Saquon, Brad. I am going with Saquon. And as a Giants fan, I should be doing anything but rooting for Saquon in this argument. But hey, we are all fantasy football players as well, so I got to put the bias aside when needed. All right, let's move on to the next group of running backs here. DeAndre Swift of the Chicago Bears. Quinshon Judkins coming off of his injured rookie season, but he did make a good start for the Cleveland Browns. And then Mr. Bucky Irving also looks like he's healthy. Now coming back here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Brad, this is a tough one. Who are you picking out of these three guys?
I can't believe I'm saying this. I am going to put aside my Chicago Bear, DeAndre Swift, who's had a tremendous training camp, but is going to be involved in a bit of a committee with Kamanunga whenever he comes back off that knee hyperextension. Could be with Roshan Johnson for the first couple of weeks of the regular season. Bucky is also in a full-blown committee with Kenneth Gainwell. I'm going to go with Quinshon Judkins. Based on sheer volume alone, I do worry about the offensive line. It could be suboptimal, to say the least. I do worry about the pass game, whether it's Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders the majority of the season. Quinshon is a tackle-breaking machine. He is fully recovered and recuperated. We talked to Mary Kate Capita a few weeks ago, and she was amazed at how well he has looked throughout this summer and his build-up. I don't think there's going to be any kind of restrictions on his touch count. They're going to lean heavily on him, Ty Monkenwill, to try to move the chain. So give me Quinshon Judkins, 1,100 combined yards, around 7-8 total touchdowns, entirely attainable for him this season?
I do think it is attainable, but and look, I try usually not to hamstring myself from picking a player because I think their quarterback situation is bad. But Brad, we started the show with the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation and the fact that I don't trust either Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders. I feel like the plan pretty quickly from other opposing teams is going to be stack the box, stop Quinshon Judkins, and force either one of those mediocre quarterbacks to beat you. So that being said, again, I'm not very high on Bucky Irving. I think that Buccaneers offense is going to have to be throwing the football a lot this year because I don't believe in their defense, and I think Baker's awesome. I'm going with DeAndre Swift. I'm going with your guy from the Chicago Bears, and especially you factor in the injury to Kyle Monangai to start the year, week to week, as of a couple of days ago with that knee injury. I think that's even more carries and an even better start to the season to DeAndre Swift, coming off another 1,000-yard season a year ago with how strong that Bears run game was last year and how I think above average their offensive line is. I'll say it. I think they have an above average offensive line, especially in the run blocking department. I think DeAndre Swift is the best option out of those three. So you and I, two different choices in the first two groups. Let's hit a couple more here and see if we can be lockstep in any of these groups of players. Let's move on to some receivers. Zay Flowers of the Baltimore Ravens, Garrett Wilson of the New York Jets, or Malik Neighbors of the Big Blue New York Giants. Brad, who would you take out of these three?
Well, I am going to lean into your bias. I think that's probably the direction you're going to go as well. I'm all in on Malik Neighbors this season. Look, I love me some Zay Flowers as well. I actually got him in an auction draft last night. I spent 30 buckaroos. That's how high I am on him. But I think Malik Neighbors is going to be slightly better than the Baltimore Raven. You mentioned it, shed the non-contact jersey here in recent practices, and he is trending very much in the right direction for the opener with your G-men taking on the Dallas Cowboys. And I don't think there's going to be any kind of restriction on snap count. I think he's going to get potentially back to what he was 2 years ago, a guy that had 170 targets and was one of the premier high point receivers and field stretchers in the game. Malik Neighbors, I'm marking me down for like 1,400 receiving. Ooh, is that bullish? Too bullish? I don't think so. 8 to 10 touchdowns. He's got to catch a boatload of balls. Love him this year, and I've been gobbling him up all diggity day long in round 3 of 12-team drafts.
Yeah, enough said. Enough said. I completely agree. Completely agree, Brad. I am giddy as hell that Malik Neighbors, a healthy Malik Neighbors, will put up better numbers than Zay Flowers, who I think is not a top 10 receiver, maybe top 15 receiver in football. And I do think Garrett Wilson doesn't get enough credit because he's had nothing but mediocre quarterback play around him. But again, not expecting much out of Geno Smith and the Jets offense this year. So yeah, it's Malik Neighbors all day for me in this trio. Finally, let's hit some tight ends here, Brad. Pick one of the three. Sam Laporta of the Lions, Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, George Kittle of the Niners. Who would you go with given those three?
Given the injury concerns, we'll see about George Kittle. I think it's going to be a slow ramp up, though. Again, he's training to be ready week 1 and land down under against the LA Rams. Sam Laporta's got a hip issue, undetermined whether or not he is going to be available for week 1. When he is on the field and healthy, again, he's a difference maker in that Lions offense, but can he really trust him? I'm going Kyle Pitts. And a lot of people say, you're going to trust Kyle Pitts? A guy who has been a roller coaster ride his entire NFL career. Yes, a guy that we have no idea who's going to be under center. It looks like, Michael Penix is back at practice. He's going to catch Tua Tagovailoa. It's not like Tua's got a massive lead on him at all. He's been a disaster in camping in the preseason. So give me Kyle Pitts. It's really him and Drake London as the 1-2 options in that ATL offense. And he's at least got a rapport with Penix, who's got a decent chance of being named the week 1 starter.
Yeah, I would have went with Sam Laporta, but the fact that Dan Campbell wouldn't commit to him being available for week 1 gives me some pause coming off of an injury-riddled season. I love my guy Kyle Pitts. I drafted him again last year, helped me get to my fantasy championship. I think I got to go with George Kittle. I know that's very dangerous that he might not play week. Look, He was activated off the PUP list, so I know at most he's missing 3 games. He ain't missing the first 4. And he's been saying all offseason he's good to go. He's going to be ready to go week 1. He's going to be ready to go week 1. Now, a guy that's in his 30s coming off a torn Achilles that happened back in January, yeah, that's not great. But look, man, if he's healthy, we know this Niners offense is going to depend on him, and they're going to throw to him a lot. So I think that one might be one where you're going to have to swallow a tough pill and take George Kittle and just hope that at most maybe he misses week 1 and that when he's back on the field, he looks fresh and good to go. I'm going to trust it. I would take Kittle out of those 3. All right, 310-840-4910. Take a short break. When we come back, Jed York, tough day. We'll explain. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
They just refuse to die. And I think there's something about that. You can't measure it. There's no quantitative data to back it up. But when you get to October, and maybe we're talking about a rematch of the 2008-2009 NLCS, right? Those were some great series between the Dodgers and the Phils. And we got Dodgers-Phillies again. And we've got one team who's coming off back-to-back World Series titles and is just littered with talent in the Dodgers. We got another team that has their own fair share of big names, but also, like I said, sees baseball mortality on the horizon and just comes up with a little extra something. The Rocky ethos. And so it wouldn't shock me if you asked me to pick a team, and I know I've picked the Brewers as recently as a week and a half ago. If you asked me to pick a team that could knock off the Dodgers in October, it's this Phillies team. And I don't know if they're going to stay this hot through the entire month of September. But what you've seen over the last 9 games is exactly why they're the team that can beat the Dodgers in October.
I don't know how it's going to go. He said yesterday that Deshaun Watson's post-game remarks were not going to factor in. I don't know how they can't, but he claims that there is no way that he is factoring those in, and he's not going to let one emotional moment by Deshaun dictate this quarterback competition. So we'll have to see if that holds true as we move forward here. But I do think that up until that point, Deshaun had the decided edge. I feel like Todd Monken wanted to start the experienced veteran who he felt would give them the best chance to win. But while he has been kind of watching Deshaun Watson throughout this past couple of months, he's also seen Shedeur Sanders come very quickly up that learning curve. And he just continues to get better and better and better. He works harder and harder. And some of the things that they needed to see from him, they have seen over the last few weeks.
I was always a big believer in listening to your eyes, and my eyes tell me that I don't know if Shedeur, talent-wise, is a better quarterback than Watson. That played, 4 or 5 years ago when he was at his best. Mm-hmm. But I'm surprised, a little bit surprised that they go with Deshaun. After his interview, I mean, I just felt like he was a beaten guy, that he didn't have any, he didn't have any life in his body. When he talked about the fans booing him, and he's got every game he plays now, he's got 17 away games. I mean, that's that's not how you start the season off with your quarterback. But, hey, coach made the decision. That's where they're going.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. Hot or cold coming up at the top of the hour. Can't wait for that. Got a lot more football to get into for preseason action over the weekend. But, Brad, how about the news this morning? San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York pleaded no contest to a pair of misdemeanor charges after being arrested in East Palestine, Ohio. It's a tough name of a town. I just saw, Jed York arrested in East Palestine.
It's
Palestine, it might be.
I believe. Yeah.
And you might be 100% right, but I did see what read East Palestine, and I was like, Jed York's in the Middle East right now? And then,
I thought that immediately too. Yeah.
He's in East Palestine, Ohio on suspicion of engaging in prostitution. And some of the reports, again, arrested Sunday morning at Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community. Reportedly, this is the reporting that we've gotten so far, reportedly arranged to have sexual activity with a female in exchange for $140. And it was arrested with what's the term for his cell phone? A criminal weapon, Brad?
Criminal tool.
That's it. Criminal tool, aka his cell phone that
Which
he basically responded. Responded to an undercover ad on a known prostitution website, and again, quote, arranged to have sexual activity with a female in exchange for $140. You're the owner of the 49ers. Not condoning prostitution ever at all. But like, I don't know, man. Couldn't you maybe, I don't know. Couldn't you have something done with like some high class if you were actually going to do this and like in your area where it's like the tech center of the world and people are worth billions of dollars? Don't you think if you actually did want to do this, there was a lot better ways to do it than East Palestine? And a mobile home community? What is Jed York doing? What on earth is he doing?
Yeah, it's puzzling to say the least. We're getting more details are going to come out. I believe it was a sting operation. So they set this up. He grew up near there. I did find that out because I'm like, why the heck is he in that part of Ohio? Why is he in Ohio, period? But he grew up like 20 minutes away. So he's familiar with the area, apparently familiar with the trailer park. Recently filed for divorce in the month of May. But yeah, man, this is a next level low for Jed York. Again, a guy worth billions of dollars, and a lot of people having a ton of fun with some of the memes that are out there, some of the potential fantasy football team names. I've got one actually posted at Noisy Huevos. I can't entirely share it here on the public radio, but it's outrageous, man. Absolutely outrageous. Oh, somehow I blame the substation.
It's corroding the minds of the 49ers organization, not just their bodies. Jeez. I mean, we're not even joking, but like, he's going to be the butt of a lot of jokes either way. Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. Can't wait to chat more with you tomorrow, my man.
Adios, amigos. Go Cubs!
All right, coming up next, hot or cold? This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Here we are in the year of our Lord 2026, just 2 years removed, a little more than 2 years removed, 2 years and 4 months removed from the 2024 NFL draft, and we already see the writing on the wall with one guy in particular. It's not Caleb Williams, first overall in 2024. Caleb Williams is probably in the best situation currently of any of the quarterbacks taken in that draft. There's more ceiling to find. Feels like last year may be the floor now for Caleb Williams. To the moon for Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Jaden Daniels went second overall that year. He's got an NFC Championship game appearance in his rookie year under his belt. If he can stay healthy, he's got a very productive career with a few more long playoff runs ahead of him at some point. I know there are people that are very doubtful of that, given the giant questionability of his health. But I think Jaden Daniels has got a lot of very good football left in him. Drake May, third overall that year. He's already got a Super Bowl appearance under his belt. Then you got Michael Penix at number 8. Oof. He is supposed to be full participant in practice again this week, so maybe he'll take control of that starting quarterback job in Atlanta because Tua Tagovailoa has looked like hot garbage so far. Atlanta needs somebody to play just capable quarterback at this point. I mean, their other options are Cooper Rush, and maybe Jack Strand, who's actually looked the best of any of their quarterbacks in the preseason. So they need Penix. But the jury's still out on Penix in the grand scheme of what his career can become. The one we already know is a bust from 2024, J.J. McCarthy. Yes, I'm calling it now. With 95% of the precincts reporting. J.J. McCarthy is the first bust of the 2024 draft class. He is the Todd Blackledge of this class. And it didn't take 4 years as it took the Chiefs to figure out with Blackledge. It took about 2 years and a training camp. And hell, he was hurt half the time for the Vikings to figure out that J.J. McCarthy isn't the guy. They go out, they get Kyler Murray. Murray wins the job. And now here's the problem. Not only has J.J. McCarthy lost the battle for QB1, I don't think he's even worth the QB2 job. Carson Wentz has played better than him in the preseason. McCarthy had one really nice completion to Ty Felton on Saturday. But aside from that pass, 4 of 9 for 31 yards. And he hasn't shown the ability to get away from the pass rush. I know the offensive line he's been playing behind hasn't been the greatest when he has played this preseason. But it feels like every pressure turns into a hopeless scramble drill. Like, there are, in some young quarterbacks, you see their ability to break the pocket when there's pressure, scramble, extend the play, and look downfield while they do it. I don't know what Drew Aller is going to become for the Steelers, if anything, but I've seen that in the preseason so far. I saw that when he was playing well at Penn State a couple of years ago, before last year's abysmal season and injury. I saw it again Friday night against the Jets, when the Steelers' offensive line was a mess and the Jets were creating pressure almost snap after snap after snap. Aller continued to evade pressure as much as he could and get the ball downfield. Had one great throw to one of their backup tight ends down the sideline. And I don't see that from J.J. McCarthy. I just don't. I see fear and panic rather than I'm going to be in control of extending the play. And the fear and the panic is why Carson Wentz is more suited to be the backup in Minnesota. And if J.J. McCarthy is relegated to QB3 duty, if J.J. McCarthy is relegated to third-string quarterback, that's it. It's done. It's over. He's the first bust of the 2024 class.
Last time I checked, the last time I checked, you know what?
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we got 2 solo hours coming at you. It's BetMGM tonight after dark, as we do every Monday through Friday, taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show, you could call, you could text 310-840-4910. In case you missed it, we talked a lot in the opening part of the show about the Cleveland Browns naming Deshaun Watson their starting quarterback. How do you feel about it? And don't worry, because I feel like we're going to touch on it more in just a matter of seconds here. We'll get you some baseball scores here on this Monday night in Major League Baseball in a bit, but let's get producer Brandon Combs in for a little hot or cold. Combs, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing great, Pat. Watching some Little League World Series. This Pennsylvania-Alabama elimination game has been incredible. Pennsylvania started out with a 5-0 lead. Now Alabama has roared back. It's 5-5 in the 6th. And this girl that's on the mound for Pennsylvania or for Alabama is just mowing down all of the Pennsylvania hitters.
Combs, is there anything you don't watch? Like, I feel like I could put on Hacky Sack. If they put Hacky Sack on national TV, you'd watch it.
Look, I am a sports degenerate. I love sports, and look, I love the Little League World Series. I know you're not a big Little League World Series guy. I know you hate 12-year-olds and the way that they wobble bats and pretend like they're gonna bunt, and when they have fun, you
don't
hate that
spoil
they smile.
don't spoil a segment.
You hate that they cry when they lose. You hate that they smile when they win. You hate the parents in the stands. You hate everything about Little League sports.
I never said anything about that.
I get it.
I never said anything about that. I just don't particularly care to watch 12-year-olds play baseball. Although, shout out to Bayonne, New Jersey. That's the one reason I'm still invested in even following the tournament. The team from New Jersey, Combs, that was actually the town that I lived in before I moved to Philly with my girlfriend. I always tell people I lived in Hoboken for 5 years because Hoboken is a place that's pretty well known. It's right next to New York City. A lot of young people, and it's a really great place. That was when I lived with 2 roommates. And when I got 1 roommate, we were like, all right, well, we don't really go out that much anymore. We're almost 30 and it's way more expensive for 2 bedrooms. So we were like, all right, let's just move 15 minutes south to a town called Bayonne, New Jersey. And that's the Little League World Series team that's in the tournament still. So shout out Bayonne.
Yeah.
And shout out them. I'm rooting for them. Otherwise, I couldn't care about the tournament.
Monty says in the chat, I bet Combs is definitely an ACL, American Cornhole League season ticket holder. Funny story, Monty, is that I play in ACL tournaments here in Chicago. One of my good friends is an ACL pro, Nico Morellis. So yeah, I actually do follow the ACL as well. I love playing bags. It's
playing bags. Come on, nobody calls it bags.
We do here in Chicago. It's called bags, not cornhole. You can play around with cornhole. I'm gonna play some bags.
Monty said it is 1,000,000% bags. I mean, you guys are bags for saying it's bags. It's cornhole.
You're
That's
a
literally
bag.
the name of the sport. You're a bag. I'm
Don't
not
be
a bag.
taking
And how,
my
by the way, how
word.
great?
Don't be taking my
How
word.
great is that? That Monty throws out the most obscure sport, and you're like, yeah, actually, I have a friend that's a professional cornhole player, and I do play and I do watch.
I do. I've played in plenty of tournaments here around the Chicagoland area. I play. I actually have a shirt too with my name on it with Southside Bags. That's the league that I played in.
That makes a lot of sense. It's outside bags. That fits you pretty perfectly. By the way, what's the name of the league? The ACL, right? It's not the ABL.
ACL. Yeah. No,
yeah,
it's
the
ACL.
American Cornhole League.
Cornhole League. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's cornhole.
It's bags.
I mean, you admit though that the name of the league is called the American Cornhole League. It's not the American Bags League.
Yeah, but it's like here in look. What do you call Pepsi?
Pepsi.
When you go to a restaurant, can I get a soda or do you say a pop?
Oh, I hate you people. It's not 1960 anymore. It's a soda.
It's a pop.
I get a pop.
It was soda in the 1960s.
Hey, little Denny, can I get a pop? And you want to go listen to the jukebox with me after? We could do the twist while we have our pops.
I'm gonna give you a pop right in your damn jaw. That's what I'm gonna give you a pop. You ready to do some hot or cold here? You bag.
Yes.
All right. Let's start with where we just were and where we've kind of the story of the day. Shedeur Sanders earned the opportunity to start week 1. Hot or cold?
Cold. I mean, again, this isn't me rooting for Deshaun Watson in any stretch of the imagination. I mean, he's terrible. He's going to be terrible. He's been terrible. He's barely been on the field. Then he has the audacity, by the way, to rip the fan base on Saturday for booing him, which is like rule number 1 as a professional athlete. Don't rip the fans. Just ignore it. Right. But this is a guy that can't, the lights are too bright for him. He can't stand the noise. And he thinks that just because he's done some charity work in the last year and a half, and he's worked really hard to rehab his Achilles that he tore twice, ruptured his Achilles while rehabbing it, makes up for all the terrible things that he's done, not only on the field, but off the field over the last several years. So he's completely tone deaf. I'm rooting for him to fail. I think he is going to fail. I think he's going to be terrible, and it's going to be Shedeur Sanders' job in probably a couple of weeks. That being said, Shedeur did not earn the opportunity because I called it in the beginning of the show, this quarterback battle for the Browns. It was the mid-off. It was a couple of mid quarterbacks seeing who could be less mid. And I think Deshaun Watson was slightly less mid. Now, again, context within that. He's got more experience, even though I think you're never getting Houston Texans Deshaun Watson to reappear. No matter how many magic spells Jimmy and D Haslam want to try to perform. And the other thing is, it's Jimmy and D Haslam who own the team. So all the money that they're paying him, the fully guaranteed contract, which even if they cut him at the end of this season, they're still going to be on the hook for in 2027 and 2028. I think that plays a factor. Even if you asked Todd Monken, he'd lie. Even if you asked Andrew Berry, he'd lie. I think the fact that they're paying Deshaun Watson one more year before they can cut him and move on, still be responsible for his contract, but cut him and move on, is the reason why he is the starting quarterback. But if Shedeur Sanders really was that much better than him and played that much better than him in the preseason and in joint practices and in training camp, he would have gotten the job. So no, I don't think he earned the opportunity to start week 1.
So let me preface this by saying I do not believe Shedeur Sanders is a long-term answer anywhere, let alone in Cleveland. I think that at the end of this season, Cleveland is going to go into the draft with a top 5 draft pick, probably somewhere in the top 2, maybe top 1. And I do believe they're going to draft another quarterback. Whether or not they screw that quarterback up or they take the wrong quarterback remains to be seen, probably. I don't believe Shedeur Sanders is the future. But through not only the play on Saturday, which he was better than Shedeur Sanders, or better than Deshaun Watson was on Saturday. That pick that Deshaun Watson threw was there's something that you would watch that pick, and that's something you expect from Shedeur Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
And it came from Deshaun Watson. And Shedeur is the guy that you drafted last season, and I know they got him in the 5th round, but you drafted him because you thought he had a chance to be the future of your organization. But now you're going to go with a dead-ass quarterback in Deshaun Watson, who you know without certainty with certainty, I should say, is not your franchise quarterback moving forward. He will not be your quarterback next year. Why are you wasting time with that? Even if it's not Shedeur Sanders. Dillon Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, though, that should have been your quarterback battle. It should have been between them two, and then who is going to start the season? Because Deshaun Watson doesn't give you a chance to win. Shedeur Sanders, I don't believe, gives you a chance to win. Dillon Gabriel doesn't give you a chance to win. The Browns have done a terrible job with quarterbacks, and it's been terrible ever since they had Baker Mayfield and decided to let him walk to give Deshaun Watson this large contract. I just think it's a nightmare in Cleveland, and I have no problem with Cleveland fans being upset. I think that they should be upset. They should want to see what Shedeur Sanders has. I don't think Shedeur is the future. I don't think Shedeur is going to be great, but I do believe that Shedeur Sanders earned the opportunity to at least start the season as the QB1 to see what he's got. Why wouldn't you give Shedeur Sanders and Dillon Gabriel 17 games to battle this thing out, to see what they have, to see if either one of them has what it takes to be your next quarterback? Because then maybe if you do end up with a top 2 or top 3 draft pick and you don't necessarily need to go quarterback, while everybody else who needs a quarterback is scrounging for not scrounging because there's like 15 quarterbacks that are going to be available in this draft class. But while everybody else is going after quarterbacks, you could be going after another top position that you need and getting the best talent that you need because you know you don't need a quarterback necessarily. But you're not doing that.
Yeah, but
you're
Combs,
wasting time with Deshaun Watson, and it makes no sense.
Didn't we see enough, though, of Dillon Gabriel last year? And I think we, to a certain degree, saw a lot of Shedeur Sanders. I mean, again, you could say in a half of a season for almost anybody, hey, give him some more time, give him some weapons. Like Dillon Gabriel only threw 2 picks. I know he wasn't good, but he didn't turn the ball over. Shedeur in the same amount of attempt. Yeah, which is a disgrace that what has happened to that award, and that can be on somebody's resume and their football reference page and their Hall of Fame, or not Hall of Fame, but they could be on their football card forever. The fact that Shedeur Sanders is a Pro Bowler, he had 7 touchdowns and 10 interceptions in 8 games last year. Brutal. He couldn't stop turning the football over. Now, again, did he probably look a little bit better than Dillon Gabriel? He did. He was able to throw the ball a little bit more down the field last year, but threw 5 times the amount of picks, turned the ball over at an ungodly rate. So I agree. Neither of them are the long-term answer for the Browns. But so then again, if you think, well, you should give them 17 games, as much as I think he will stink, and I think most people think he will stink, don't you think the Browns at least owe it to give Deshaun Watson a chance? The fact that he was their starting quarterback before he ruptured his Achilles, not once, but twice. Again, did Shedeur, Dillon Gabriel do anything last year to give them starting time or give them the starting job over Deshaun Watson?
First of all, Deshaun Watson is not owed anything in this league by anybody, ever. Deshaun Watson's a scumbag. He's a terrible human being. So, no, I don't believe that he's owed just the opportunity, because not only that, I mean, look, I don't blame Deshaun Watson for the contract, and I don't blame Deshaun Watson for accepting the contract. I mean, who's going to turn that down? Who's going to tell you no?
Yeah.
But, I mean, Deshaun Watson stole money from the Cleveland Browns for how many years now? We're going on 4 years now. He's been stealing money from the Cleveland Browns. So, no, I don't think that they owe him anything. To be honest with you, I think if they owe anybody anything, it is Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
I mean, I disagree. I disagree. I just think...
How do you disagree with that? You drafted these 2 kids, and you made, not only that, you drafted
in the
them
3rd
in the
and
same
the 5th round
class, which is comical. Yes, but you still drafted them both. You owe them at least the opportunity to show you what they have in a year where you are playing dead anyway, and you need to see what you have moving into the future. Look, I agree with you. I don't think that either one of these guys are the future, and I also don't think that the Cleveland Browns are going to get the next guy right because they're the Cleveland Browns, and until you show me, I just don't know that you're going to get it right. Maybe they stumble on something. Maybe they accidentally get it right. But if you couldn't get it right with Kevin Stefanski, I don't think you're going to get it right with anybody because Kevin Stefanski is one hell of a coach. And you ruin that. Baker Mayfield, you send him packing, and all he's done since then is win. It just doesn't make sense. So I don't think, but I think for this year, that's why I think people have the problem with it. It's not about how good Shador is. It's not about how good Dylan Gabriel is. It's about the fact that you don't know what you're going to see from them in a complete season when they are the number one guy, and you know what you're getting from Deshaun Watson, which is why you know you're in a dead spot. And Monty's right. They owe their fans. That's who they owe, and the fans want to see Shador.
Well, I think the fans want to see winning football. That's what they want to see above all else.
Well,
I don't think it really matters
who's out there.
Well, sorry. So here's the thing. Do you think the Browns realize, do you think Andrew Berry, Todd Monken, and Jimmy and Dee Haslam, the owners, do you think they realize, hey, we're going to be bad? There's a pretty good chance we're going to have multiple quarterbacks playing this year because our offense is going to stink. So let's just go through with Deshaun Watson. And if he stinks and we can just cut him and kick him to the curb, well, I guess actually it would make, I don't know if they cut him what the dead cap looks like for next year in 2028 versus if they cut him next March. Either way, they could basically just say, get away from the team, buddy, and you're as good as gone, and we'll keep you on the roster, but don't bother showing up to the facilities anymore. Or do you really think that maybe at some point, somewhere deep down, the Browns think like, hey, it's unlikely, but if we do get the best of Deshaun Watson, like that is probably better than Shador Sanders and Dylan Gabriel. So let's start with him. And if the season goes downhill quickly, then we can have these two battle it out to see who's got a chance to be on the roster next year. And who do you think actually has been making this decision? Do you think it's Todd Monken Combs, or do you think it's ownership of the front office?
It's got to be ownership of the front office because there's no Todd. I think Todd Monken's a smart head coach. I think Todd Monken's a smart football guy. I don't think that you look at what Deshaun Watson has done, and even like you could talk about what he's doing right now in the preseason and how not great he's been in this preseason, and then add that into the last time that you saw Deshaun Watson in a regular season. And the last time you saw Deshaun Watson in a regular season through 7 games that he played in 2024, he didn't throw one game for over 200 yards. He wasn't stellar. He wasn't lighting it up. I think he had 5 touchdowns in 7 games, 3 interceptions in 7 games. Like, that is what you're getting from a guy who isn't going to light you up, isn't going to throw for 250, 300 yards in a game anymore. This is not 2020, 2021 Deshaun Watson. You've got washed up Deshaun Watson, who is just not very good. And for this clown to come out and say the things that he said, I mean, that to me, that would have been the end of it too. To come out and say the thing and to not have accountability for what you are. He finally had it in his apology today because I think somebody finally went to him and was like, hey, dude, you're going after the fans. They have every right to boo you. You suck. And you've sucked since you've been a Cleveland Brown. So, yeah, they're going to boo you. And that's where Deshaun Watson in his apology, I understand, where they're coming from. Yeah, now you do because somebody got to you. But you didn't have accountability before that. And that's one thing Deshaun Watson, but that's the problem with the NFL. I heard Brad say it earlier. The NFL will be better when Deshaun Watson gets out of it. No, they won't. Because for every Deshaun Watson, there's another Tyreek Hill. There's another, running back for the Green Bay Packers.
Josh
people
Jacobs
beating their girlfriends. There's no accountability in this league. And that's why you're going to continue to have these problems. We just had an owner today get arrested for prostitution. Like, there is a problem with accountability in the NFL, and Deshaun Watson just epitomizes that.
Yeah, he does. I do agree, though, that the NFL will be a better place when he is no longer in it. But, yeah, I mean, look, it's not It's not easy to make sure that you have 100% success rate with nobody getting in trouble, but that is the NFL. But yeah, I'm not rooting for Deshaun Watson at all. I'm rooting for him to fail, and I do think it's only a matter of time before that happens. And then it will be Shador Sanders after that. But I still disagree with your initial sentiment. I don't think Shador earned the opportunity to start Week 1. Made a couple of nice throws over the weekend. He was really bad in that first preseason game, and wasn't that good in joint practices and training camp. So, like I said, it was a mid-off. And I guess Deshaun Watson just had experience and that ugly contract on his side, and that was enough to get him the job. 310-840-40.
PJ Glasser, while you were out, PJ Glasser, before you take us to break, asked me a question. And that question was, because we were talking about, it wasn't Deshaun Watson, but we were talking about like players who are just dirtbag human beings. Who's the worst player as a person that you've had to root for? Because me, immediately, it always goes to Aroldis Chapman in 2016. I loved the guy, and I was rooting for him all over the place because I wanted to see him win with the Cubs, and I wanted to see them win that World Series. So I did care about the off-field transgressions. But sometimes as fans, that's what we do. We don't care as long as you're playing for our team and you're winning games. And that's kind of where Cleveland fans are going to be at with Deshaun Watson. Who's the worst player you've ever had to cheer for?
Aroldis Chapman was the first person that came to mind when he was then on the Yankees. So
yeah,
mono y mono, you and me, lockstep.
There you go.
All right, 310-840-4910. We got some more items on the hot or cold docket to get to when we return, including what happened over the weekend to Ketel Marte. And plus, we've got NFL players playing college football. What the hell? 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM Tonight. He's producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll be right back. This is Westwood One Sports.
Here we are in the year of our Lord 2026, just 2 years removed, a little more than 2 years removed, 2 years and 4 months removed from the 2024 NFL draft, and we already see the writing on the wall with one guy in particular. It's not Caleb Williams, first overall in 2024. Caleb Williams is probably in the best situation currently of any of the quarterbacks taken in that draft. There's more ceiling to find. Feels like last year may be the floor now for Caleb Williams. To the moon for Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Jaden Daniels went second overall that year. He's got an NFC Championship game appearance in his rookie year under his belt. If he can stay healthy, he's got a very productive career with a few more long playoff runs ahead of him at some point. I know there are people that are very doubtful of that, given the giant questionability of his health. But I think Jaden Daniels has got a lot of very good football left in him. Drake May, third overall that year. He's already got a Super Bowl appearance under his belt. Then you got Michael Penix at number 8. Oof. He is supposed to be full participant in practice again this week, so maybe he'll take control of that starting quarterback job in Atlanta because Tua Tagovailoa has looked like hot garbage so far. Atlanta needs somebody to play just capable quarterback at this point. I mean, their other options are Cooper Rush and maybe Jack Strand, who's actually looked the best of any of their quarterbacks in the preseason. So they need Penix. But the jury's still out on Penix in the grand scheme of what his career can become. The one we already know is a bust from 2024, J.J. McCarthy. Yes, I'm calling it now. With 95% of the precincts reporting. J.J. McCarthy is the first bust of the 2024 draft class. He is the Todd Blackledge of this class. And it didn't take 4 years as it took the Chiefs to figure out with Blackledge. It took about 2 years and a training camp. And hell, he was hurt half the time for the Vikings to figure out that J.J. McCarthy isn't the guy. They go out, they get Kyler Murray. Murray wins the job. And now here's the problem. Not only has J.J. McCarthy lost the battle for QB1, I don't think he's even worth the QB2 job. Carson Wentz has played better than him in the preseason. McCarthy had one really nice completion to Ty Felton on Saturday. But aside from that pass, 4 of 9 for 31 yards. And he hasn't shown the ability to get away from the pass rush. I know the offensive line he's been playing behind hasn't been the greatest when he has played this preseason. But it feels like every pressure turns into a hopeless scramble drill. Like, there are, in some young quarterbacks, you see their ability to break the pocket when there's pressure, scramble, extend the play, and look downfield while they do it. I don't know what Drew Aller's going to become for the Steelers, if anything, but I've seen that in the preseason so far. I saw that when he was playing well at Penn State a couple of years ago, before last year's abysmal season and injury. I saw it again Friday night against the Jets, when the Steelers' offensive line was a mess and the Jets were creating pressure almost snap after snap after snap. Aller continued to evade pressure as much as he could and get the ball downfield. Had one great throw to one of their backup tight ends down the sideline. And I don't see that from J.J. McCarthy. I just don't. I see fear and panic rather than I'm going to be in control of extending the play. And the fear and the panic is why Carson Wentz is more suited to be the backup in Minnesota. And if J.J. McCarthy is relegated to QB3 duty, if J.J. McCarthy is relegated to third string quarterback, that's it. It's done. It's over. He's the first bust of the 2024 class.
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join this show, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We're going to do the boiling point coming up next segment because something got me hot. And we'll do this occasionally. This was something that I would do on my last show. And I figured, it's just so good. It just goes perfectly. My name is Pat Boyle. Sometimes I get angry. Sometimes, a lot of the times I get angry. I get fired up. And so when I get so angry to the point where I can't, a tweet doesn't do it justice, talking about it off the air with Combs or Brad, or talking about it with my friends or family doesn't do it justice, I got to bring it to the airwaves. It could be one of the hottest topics in sports. It could be something completely out of left field. The boiling point, where Pat Boyle hits his boiling point. We'll do that next segment. And it is Little League World Series related. So stay tuned for that one. 310-840-4910. Let's get you some baseball scores here before we continue on with some hot or cold. A couple of the pivotal games with playoff implications. Let's start in an interleague game, Red Sox and the Marlins. So right now, both teams fighting for a wild card spot. Miami is 4 games out of the final wild card spot in the National League. Red Sox comfortably holding that second spot in the AL wild card, but 3 games back of the Yankees. And I guess a realistic chance of still winning the AL East. The Rays have finally started to falter a bit, so the Red Sox are 6.5 games out of the AL East. And right now, the Sox lead the Marlins 4-2 in the top of the 9th in Miami. Boston getting some production in the top of the ninth. This one was a tie game. And then you had an RBI triple from the guy hitting in their 9-hole, Anthony Siegler, who's only got 12 RBIs on the season. He's a switch hitter and switch thrower, Anthony Siegler. And he delivered an RBI triple in the ninth. And then you had Nick Sogard follow that up with an RBI double to put the Sox up 4-2. So that is currently the score right now against the Marlins. Miami, every loss is going to hurt more and more in their quest to try to get back in the NL wildcard race. All right, on the south side of Chicago, Rangers and the White Sox, big series that starts tonight with the Texas Rangers just tied with the Astros for first place in the AL West. And then the White Sox a 3.5 game lead in the AL Central. Rangers lead at 7-2. I was going to pick Corey Seager for Let's Go Streaking, and I stayed off of it. I switched off of him to go to Ryan Jeffers. And Corey Seager is 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs, a couple of doubles. He also got a smash burger, a Jake Burger home run. They beat up on Jose Urquidy, and the Rangers lead the White Sox 7-2 in the bottom of the fifth. So that's a massive game for both of those teams. And then you got one game that has already gone final. The Rays, they were faltering, but they did beat the Tigers tonight 4-1. Drew Rasmussen gets his 14th win of the season, 6 innings of 1-run ball. The Tigers continue to sink like a stone after they were playing some good ball following the Tarek Skubal trade, but it looks like they are now fading into the abyss. Jonathan Aranda had a couple of RBIs, hit another home run. So that's 16 on the year for him. And he's up to 78 RBIs on the season. And so the Rays get a win and, like I said, sink the Tigers even further. Some big games coming up still tonight that haven't even started. Guardians are in LA to play the Angels. Guardians chasing the White Sox in the AL Central. Cubbies and the Diamondbacks go at it in a couple of minutes. We'll see if PCA can continue his MVP push. And then the Twins still with a glimmer of hope in the AL Central. They're 5.5 back of the White Sox, starting a series with the A's, Pirates, and the Padres. That's a big one. Again, Pirates holding on to just a little bit of hope. Padres are firmly in one of those wild card spots. I should say firmly. I mean, they're in the last one, and they only have a 2-game lead on the rest of the pack. And then the Phillies and the Mariners. Phillies going for their 10th straight W as Seattle picking up a couple of wins in between a couple of franchise worst blowout losses. So who the hell knows what you're going to get from Seattle, even though, again, with how mid that AL West has been, the Mariners at 7 games under 500 are only 3 games back. Go figure. 310-840-4910. But let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix here. Combs, for a little bit more hot or cold, and your Cubbies in the desert to play the Diamondbacks. And although PCA is definitely the main story, Ketel Marte, also a pretty big story. What do you got next on hot or cold?
Yeah, big series for the Cubs here as well. I know the Diamondbacks fighting to get into the wild card, but the Cubs only hold a slim 2-game lead over the surging Phillies for that top wild card spot. Home field advantage in the wild card round at stake there. So Cubs need this one because playing at Wrigley is a vastly different team than when they're on the road. So, but yeah, hot or cold here. There's been some drama in Arizona. Are you hot or cold that Ketel Marte to the Yankees in the offseason makes a ton of sense?
No, cold. It makes sense that the Yankees need a second baseman because I don't think they're going to re-sign Jazz Chisholm. They did the arbitration back in the offseason. I don't think the Yanks are going to re-sign Jazz. I mean, he has had some pretty good moments as a Yankee. Don't get me wrong. He's exciting to watch, but I mean, not consistent, not nearly consistent enough. And the average has plummeted this year. He's hitting just 220. The OPS is under 700. He's had some mishaps at second base. I mean, it's time to say goodbye to Jazz Chisholm at the end of the year. He's had, like I said, 2.5 nice seasons with the Yankees. Never really, I mean, he's constantly continues to call himself the best player in the world. He's like, because that's, the rest of the guys believe in me that I am when I'm playing at my best. Okay, well, I mean, when? Like, when's that going to happen? He got put on the cover of MLB The Show and, has not had a good enough season since then. So, Jazz is, I don't think he's going to be a Yankee after this season. So that does open up a spot for a second baseman like Ketel Marte. Well, here's the thing, Combs. I've seen the Yankees get themselves into too many bad contracts over the last 2 decades. And they've done a lot to try to avoid that now. Too much to the point where, again, Yankee fans complain that they don't spend enough money, that Hal Steinbrenner is not his father. Ketel Marte just signed a contract extension with the Diamondbacks last year. 6 years, $116.5 million. So that's an average of under $20 million a year. His salary goes up as the years go on to the point where in 2029 and in 2030, when he is 35 and 36 years old, he's making over $23 million a season. For Ketel Marte, who, again, the production has dropped off. And then this past weekend, we talked about it earlier, gets spotted at a casino while his team is playing, even though he's on the IL, even though Torey Lovello, his manager, said he was, free to do whatever he wants after he, does his PT or whatever, if you will, his rehab stinting or his rehabbing with the medical team. Not a good look. A guy that no-showed last week in Boston, 32 years old, on the downside of his career. I know the numbers this year aren't bad. He's got 21 bombs and 67 ribbies. But, I mean, there's far better options at second base. Hell, I'd rather go with one of the young Yankee prospects than take on Ketel Marte's contract and what would be a trade this offseason with the Diamondbacks. So, no, Ketel Marte to the Yankees in the offseason does not make a ton of sense. Not at least for me.
Well, I really thought you were going to go the other way there. Because Ketel Marte, an all-star second baseman, can hit for power, can hit for average. I know he's having a down year this year, but there's clearly something going on in Arizona. There's something with him and the organization, or him and Lovello, or him and some of the teammates. I'm not sure what it is, but there's clearly something there. I think a change of scenery would be good for him, and a team that, traditionally is a no-nonsense type of team who isn't going to deal with a lot of the stuff that you've seen Ketel Marte pull here as of late in Arizona, with the leadership of Aaron Judge and the guys that you got over there in New York. I feel like this would be a perfect landing spot for Ketel Marte, and I think that would be a bat that could put this lineup over the top, because even Ketel Marte is a guy that, when he's right, can carry you when Aaron Judge goes down. He's a bat that, when he's right, can be a top producing bat when Aaron Judge is healthy as well. So he's a protector for Aaron Judge in that lineup too. I think it'd be a perfect fit. I really do. I was going through it today because I'm like, where would be a good spot for Marte? Because it just makes sense for the Diamondbacks to have to make a tough decision and move on from him. And I'm looking throughout the league and I'm like, man, the Yankees make the most sense. The Yankees make the most sense unless Arizona's just going to send him to right away in Colorado or soon to be Vegas in 2028, I believe. I mean, unless you're going to send him to one of those two places to just right away, I think that makes a ton of sense for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about Ketel Marte, whatever personal issue he's got going on, which we still really don't have any clarity. I mean, the Diamondbacks front office, I think it was their president or their GM, I forget who said it, but they were like, yeah, it's pretty, we still really, kind of don't know what's going on. I'm paraphrasing, but I know he's had a rough couple of years, right? I mean, 10 years ago, his mother dies in a tragic car accident. He got heckled by a fan who said something that you should never say to anybody about, reportedly about his mom. And that's when he was crying on the field last year, and they were all behind him. But I mean, that doesn't excuse you from not being a professional. And it seems like he has struggled to be a professional over the last week or so. No showing the game in Boston. Then him and his agent and Torey Lovello and Diamondbacks front office have a conversation and they cleared the air. But I don't care what Torey Lovello says. I don't care if you want to defend him. Anybody wants to defend him. Not good optics when your team is in a wild card chase, whether you can be there physically or not. Like, just don't go to a casino, man. It's a distraction is what it is. So I'm not even necessarily worried about that if he were to become a New York Yankee. It's more so the fact that I think his best years are behind him. And it's not even what he could do next year. It's what is he going to do 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, when you're responsible to pay him over $20 million a season. and he's going to be 35, 36. Like, that power is going to be probably gone, fading. No thanks. I don't want the future player more so than I feel like he's going to be an issue. I just don't think he's going to be that good for much longer. That's why I wouldn't want him. I'd rather commit to youth, especially with all the contracts that the Yankees have to give out in the coming years here. Not to mention, still paying Garrett Cole, still paying Aaron Judge, obviously, still paying Giancarlo Stanton. No, I'd much rather spend those resources elsewhere.
When do the Yankees ever worry about money? All right, you want to get one more in here?
Yeah, let's get a quick one.
All right. Let's go with this one. Kayshon Boutte to Houston makes them the favorite in the AFC South. Hot or cold?
Hot and also cold. I don't know, like cold that in the fact that Kayshon Boutte doesn't make the Texans the favorite for the AFC South, but I do think the Texans are the favorite for the AFC South. It's because of their defense, not because of Kayshon Boutte. I mean, again, this is a nice trade that they made today, and I think they got a really good deal. Like, they sent a second-year safety in Jalen Reed, who barely played last year, and a seventh-rounder for a guy that had over 500 yards and 5 touchdowns last season and missed basically 4 games with injury. It was a great deep ball threat. Brad went through some of his advanced numbers earlier, like one of the best deep ball threats, number 1 in yards per target, and number 1 in quarterback rating for his quarterback when he was targeted. So Drake May, when throwing to Kayshon Boutte, was better with his quarterback rating than any other receiver he threw to last year. He's a good receiver. And adding that to a Texans receiving core that has Nico Collins, and after that, a bunch of question marks after Jaden Higgins tore his ACL. Not sure what to make of Hutchinson. Not sure what to make of Jalen Noel. A bunch of unproven guys. Tank Dell is coming back after having not played for the last year and a half. Kayshon Boutte gives them a deep ball threat, gives them veteran experience. I mean, I know he's only been in the league for a couple of years, but solid guy. I still have concerns about CJ Stroud. And I still have concerns about the offensive line more than anything. If they made a move for like the offensive lineman equivalent of Kayshon Boutte, I would have been like, okay, that's a big win. It's still a nice addition, but no, like for me, they're the favorite for the AFC South because I think their defense is going to resemble the 85 Bears this year. No disrespect to Kayshon Boutte, but he doesn't move the needle all that much for me.
Yeah, I think he's going to have probably the best year of his career with the Houston Texans because he's not going to be playing second fiddle to very many people, especially with the injury history there with the wide receiver core. And I think what you're going to find is CJ Stroud able to utilize him as a guy that can, run in the slot for you. He's going to be a guy that, can get open and make things happen while you're getting chased down. He did that a lot last year for Drake May. And I think that with a guy in CJ Stroud, who to me is a lot better than what Drake May is, I think that Kayshon Boutte can have one of the best years of his career. And I think he can get anywhere between 800 to 1,000 yards receiving with CJ Stroud as his quarterback.
Wow. Okay. So that's high expectations. That's a high bar for Kayshon Boutte. Arg. Let's see if he lives up to them. All right, 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We've got your phone calls to get to when we return. And I'll have reached the boiling point because of something I saw today in the Little League World Series. That's right. I got 12-year-olds making me furious. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Last time I checked, you know what football players do? They play football. You play football. That's what you do. You signed on to play football. And when the off season comes, you don't play football. You got almost 5-6 months. You don't play any football. Or when it's time to go practice and play football, that's what you signed on to do. You need to go do that. And I say that as a guy that played football at that level, right? My claim to fame, I tell people all the time, it wasn't, playing for that long and, you You know what my claim to fame was? Never missing a practice. Never missing a start. That was my claim to fame. And that was intentional because I said, I'm a football player. This is what I do. Don't tell me it's the preseason. I could care less. Football practice, I'm going to practice football. When the game starts, I'm going to play in the game. This is football. That's what you do. You don't wear your baseball hat. You say, hey, man, I'll wait till the regular season and I'll play. What are you talking about? You signed on to play football. Football is not a career. That's what these guys don't understand. It's not a career. You can't say I'm going to play 10 years. You're day-to-day as a football player. Day-to-day.
There's no way Todd Monken has watched these two quarterbacks and said, well, Deshaun gives us the best chance to win. There's no way. That's Todd Monken's honest evaluation. Not a chance in the world. That's Todd Monken's decision. This is Jimmy Haslam. This is Andrew Berry. This is the Cleveland Browns organization once again being the Cleveland Browns. The Browns is the Browns. Deciding to exist in the sunk cost of Deshaun Watson. Here it is, Todd. You wanted that hot bowl of soup? It's ice cold. It's Deshaun Watson. Do me a favor, Todd. Go out there in a few hours and tell the media why you think Deshaun Watson is going to give us a better chance to win ball games than Shedeur Sanders. Look, I'm not some massive Shedeur Sanders fan, but you can't ignore the fact that the dude was better in the preseason during Watson and that Watson is a shell of his former self. This is nonsensical. This is the organization making a decision purely based on not wanting to have egg on their face for having to cut Watson loose now if they did. They just refuse to die. And I think there's...
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
Welcome all back. BetMGM, the night Westwood on Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. A lot of your phone calls on the way. But really quickly, let's get to the boiling point, shall we? Because, oh man, I hate to start this off by saying I was watching a 12-year-old in the Little League World Series, and that is what infuriated me, but that is what infuriated me. Nothing makes me angry like these kids in the Little League World Series that have a 3-0 count at the plate. And today it was Panama versus Canada. And the kid from Panama gets himself a 3-0 count. And I understand. I've done it before, right? The 3-0, you fake bunt, like you're going to turn around and you're going to actually drop down a bunt on 3-0, and then you pull it back. You're just trying to mess with the pitcher's head, trying to mess with their vision, right? Like pitchers are so desperately just trying to throw the ball over the middle. 99% of the time, you're not swinging on 3-0, not that young, right? Coach always give you the take sign. All right, hey, here's a bunt for you. Oh, no, just kidding. I'm pulling it back. That's one thing. And at 12 years old, I can get it because we've all been there. It's another thing to wag the bat in like a full circle all over the place. This kid was also moving up and down, like if you're practicing your bunting and you're trying to cover the whole strike zone, and gyrating his hips. Like he's being a jerk. Kid's being a little, you know what? The kid's being an ass. Like, that goes beyond the realm of competition. Now you're showing up. Like, it's Bush League. That's Bush League stuff. You're showing up the opposing team. You're showing up the pitcher. For the Little League World Series, where it's all about sportsmanship. Hey, you give up a home run, slap the kid's hand as he goes by. They just took you deep into the 19th row into the garden. But, hey, slap his hand. We're all about good sportsmanship here in the Little League World Series. And they allow that kind of crap to go on. The coach is really who I'm most pissed at. I guess my anger is misguided. I shouldn't be angry at a 12-year-old. I should be angry at the coach. These coaches have no pride. And it's not the first time I've seen it. It's not just Panama. I've seen it throughout the tournament. A little bit that I have been watching. I really don't care to watch. But I feel like if I look over the TV screen for 5 minutes, you'll see a 3-0 count. And this kid, 3-0, waving the bat, jumping up and down, and then what was worse, chirping the pitcher. Like the kid from Panama is like yelling, like as the pitcher's about to throw, he's like, hey, 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 like trying to get him to mess up. All in hopes of getting a walk. Hey, 12-year-old Pat Boyle would put one directly in their ribs. I'd send a message. That'd be the last time you do that to me. It'd be the last time you do that to me. And so these coaches, you have no pride, you have no class. You just allow this kind of crap to go on? Like, shouldn't you be teaching a lesson of what's going to happen if these kids get older? They have aspirations of playing professional baseball, playing college baseball. You pull that crap in college. I mean, hell, I could make the argument if you pull that in a high school game, you're getting thrown at. Let's teach the kids a lesson about what to do and what not to do. What's Bush League and what's not good sport. It's not good sportsmanship. Don't tell me that it is. Don't tell me that I'm overreacting. 3-0, like I said, you want to mess with the pitcher's vision a little bit. You want to fake bunt to throw them off as they're about to deliver. Oh, most pitchers know you're not going to fake bunt, but sometimes it just throws you off by it. It's just you're deking them. That's fine. Wag the bat, dancing in the box, and then yelling. Like, oh no! As the pitcher's pitching, you're at the plate, and the umpire doesn't think to step in. You can't pimp a home run. Otherwise, you get yelled at or you could possibly get ejected, right? I mean, I've seen high school and college videos where a player pimps a home run and the umpire's like, get moving now. We're all about good sportsmanship. But this kind of BS Bush League stuff in the Little League World Series, the antics trying to get a pitcher to throw ball four and walk him. Umpire should have stepped in. Coach should have said something. And again, if I'm that pitcher, I'm putting one in the kid's ribs. Yeah, you're getting first base anyway. But you ain't doing that again. I tweeted this, and some guy tweeted me, Garrett Carr. So then they get to first base anyways, and you get ejected from the game. Really show them. I said, hey, ball slipped out of my hand. Sorry, he threw me off. That'd be the last time they do that. Freaking joke. So that got me to the boiling point. All right, coming up next, it's Penix time in Atlanta. Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight.
This is Westwood One Sports.
They just refuse to die. And I think there's something about that. You can't measure it. There's no quantitative data to back it up. But when you get to October, and maybe we're talking about a rematch of the 2008-2009 NLCS, right? Those were some great series between the Dodgers and the Phils. And we got Dodgers-Phillies again. And we've got one team who's coming off back-to-back World Series titles and is just littered with talent in the Dodgers. And we got another team that has their own fair share of big names, but also, like I said, sees baseball mortality on the horizon and just comes up with a little extra something. The Rocky ethos. And so it wouldn't shock me if you asked me to pick a team, and I know I've picked the Brewers as recently as a week and a half ago. If you asked me to pick a team that could knock off the Dodgers in October, it's this Phillies team. And I don't know if they're going to stay this hot through the entire month of September. But what you've seen over the last 9 games is exactly why they're the team that can beat the Dodgers in October.
I don't know how it's going to go. He said yesterday that Deshaun Watson's post-game remarks were not going to factor in. I don't know how they can't, but he claims that there is no way that he is factoring those in, and he's not going to let one emotional moment by Deshaun dictate this quarterback competition. So we'll have to see if that holds true as we move forward here. But I do think that up until that point, Deshaun had the decided edge. I feel like Todd Monken wanted to start the experienced veteran who he felt would give them the best chance to win. But while he has been kind of watching Deshaun Watson throughout this past couple of months, he's also seen Shedeur Sanders come very quickly up that learning curve. And he just continues to get better and better and better. He works harder and harder. And some of the things that they needed to see from him, they have seen over the last few weeks.
I was always a big believer in listening to your eyes, and my eyes tell me that. I don't know if Shedeur, talent-wise, is a better quarterback than Watson. That played, 4 or 5 years ago when he was at his best. Mm-hmm. But I'm surprised, a little bit surprised that they go with Deshaun after his interview. I mean, I just felt like he was a beaten guy. That he didn't have any, he didn't have any life in his body. When he talked about the fans booing him, and he's got every game he plays now, he got 17 away games. I mean, that's not how you start the season off with your quarterback. But hey, coach made the decision. That's where they're going.
All of the plays, the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Monday night show kicks off right now. Don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. I've got some thoughts, and we've got some news on Michael Penix and the Atlanta Falcons, and I'll get you that in just a bit. But we've got some folks that have been waiting patiently here on the phone, so we'll kick off the final hour with some of your phone calls. 310-840-4910. You could call or you could text 310-840-4910. We've been talking a lot tonight about the NFL news of the day, and that is the Browns naming Deshaun Watson their starting quarterback. I think he's going to be terrible. I think it's going to be another brutal season for the Browns because their offense is going to have lackluster quarterback play. But I also, me and Combs disagreed when we talked about it in Hot or Cold an hour ago. I disagree that Shedeur Sanders earned the opportunity that he should have been QB1. I think they were both mid. I said it to start the show. This was a mid-off to see who's going to be the starting quarterback. And so, again, I'm not shocked that they went with Deshaun Watson as their starter, nor will I be shocked when he is so brutal after the first 4 games that they probably bench him and go to Shedeur Sanders. But I don't think that Shedeur should have been given the starting job. He wasn't very good in the preseason or in the joint practices either. And this it shouldn't shock you that the Browns went with Deshaun Watson because of the money they're still paying him, the worst trade and the worst contract in NFL history, and because he's got more experience. And for a first-year head coach, Todd Monken, if he was the one making the decision and not Jimmy and Dee Haslam, maybe that was the tiebreaker. 310-840-4910. Let's get to Santa. Not Claus, but Santa in Colorado Springs, who's next up on BetMGM tonight. Santa, ho, 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 what's up?
Hey, ho, 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 let's talk about what you were just talking about, the financial end of all of this stuff. And that's the fact that he gets paid $46 million this year. And let me tell you, the average ticket price in Cleveland right now is selling at $318 per ticket. That's the average price. Let's go over to Denver, who has Bo Nick, who makes nowhere near that amount of money, and the average ticket price over there starts at $718 to $3,350 per ticket.
Santa, yeah, I appreciate the call. We're going to move on, but I don't know if that's even remotely true. Not sure where you're getting those figures from. I don't know if you're looking at the most expensive Browns tickets. There is no way. And if I'm wrong, so be it. But I think I heard Santa correctly. The average ticket price for a Browns game is around $350. There's no shot. There's no chance. That's the average. I mean, I'm looking right now on just the Browns schedule at ESPN.com where they list. I think it takes you to Vivid Seats is the corresponding website. Now, again, this is as low as. So, again, this is not the average. But for the first Browns home game against the Carolina Panthers, tickets as low as $43. I tried to do a quick Google search, average ticket price for a Browns game, and it says, Google's overview says it ranges from $60 to $180, while entry-level get-in tickets start as low as $25 to $50. Yeah, and that's about right. Now, again, if you're sitting in the first couple of rows of the stadium, yeah, I mean, you're going to find a ticket price for over $500, maybe close to $1,000. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking right now and I see row 18 of the lower level for $216. So I don't know that maybe I should have just glazed over that figure that Santa threw out, but there's no way that an average ticket price for the Cleveland Browns is $350. There's just no shot. And then what was he saying? That the Denver Broncos, they're not paying Bo Nix nearly as much money and their average ticket prices are higher? I mean, look, it doesn't matter who your quarterback is or what you're paying them. It matters on how popular the team is and how good they are. And also, it doesn't matter what they're paying Deshaun Watson because that money is guaranteed. And there's a thing called the salary cap in the NFL. And so, like 99% of teams are going to be right near the salary cap. So, like every single team is spending right around $300 million per team. Every single one. Now, I'll take a look here because I'm sure some teams have more space than others. But like active spending, I'm seeing, Niners $236 million, Titans $268, Chargers $259. Most teams are right around that figure. I have some low twos. You have some teams active spending right up on the $300 million threshold. The lowest figure that I'm seeing is the Dolphins. Active spending is $112 million. But remember, they have $179 million in dead money, a lot of because of what they paid to cut Tua. So the Cleveland Browns, active spending is $194 million, and their dead money is $116 million. They have $27 million in cap space. They're right around middle of the league. So again, the Browns are spending the average amount on their salary, on their roster as any other team in the NFL. It has nothing to do with how much you're paying your quarterback. This isn't like Major League Baseball where the Yankees can spend $300 million. And so a ticket to go to a Yankee game is going to be going to be more expensive than it would be to go to a Pirates game who are spending less than half the amount on their team. I appreciate the call. The financials, I think, only play a factor into Deshaun Watson being the starting quarterback because the owners are the ones that gave him that contract. And Jimmy and Dee Haslam might have said to GM Andrew Berry and head coach Todd Monken, hey, we employ you guys. We want you to start Deshaun Watson because this is the final year that we have to pay him. And then we can cut him and take a dead cap hit. And if you think that doesn't happen, that NFL owners don't meddle in their teams and that owners don't have a say in who gets to play, the day-to-day operations, the roster, sometimes what that looks like. I mean, just if you paid attention to any of the Jets reporting over the last couple of years with how much Woody Johnson interferes with the team and his kid, Brick Johnson, reportedly, that was the reporting, that they didn't make a play for Jerry Jeudy because his Madden rating wasn't so good. And if Todd Monken and Andrew Berry just purely evaluated which quarterback they thought was better and they think it's Deshaun Watson, well, I mean, again, it's like who's less worse between him and Shador? But no, I don't think it has anything to do with what the ticket prices are going to be. If anything, the ticket prices should go down because I don't think any Browns fans are going to be going to the games. Because I'm seeing all over social media and I'm seeing on Reddit, if you go to the Browns Reddit page, you got folks posting videos, boycott, don't go to the games, don't buy any merchandise, don't do anything. Let's let the ownership know, let's let the Haslams know how much we hate this team, not to hate the team, but hate the fact that they have given Deshaun Watson the starting job and how much we hate him as a player. 310-840-4910. All right, let's get to Ross in New Jersey next up on BetMGM tonight. Ross, what's up, man?
Patty B, how you doing, bro?
Doing good, brother. What's going on with you?
Yeah, so real quick, I got the Cubby game on. We just had a rare instance. You had the Kelly versus Kelly at bat. Merrill on the mound, Carson at the dish. I thought PCA almost
Kelly
won yard
won?
there with the bases loaded. But yeah, Carson walked. So I guess you call that. I guess Carson gets the dub. PCA flyout, bases loaded.
Ooh,
But yeah, you don't see that often.
Track. Looks like he flew out to the track with the bases loaded.
Yeah, that's a deep center out there, Chase Field. Beautiful park, by the way. I see people have it like in the bottom 5. One of my favorite parks that I've been to. But
in the bottom 5, yeah, I mean, I feel like the pool alone and the fact that you can have the roof open, you can have the roof closed, the heat's never really an issue. I can't imagine, and it looks gigantic. I don't know. Whenever I would play in it in MLB The Show, I would always think that must be a cool stadium to go to. I've never made a trip to Phoenix or like the desert, so that's something I got to cross off my list.
It's the furthest west park I've been to, dude. It's absolutely worth it. It's cool, too, because it's right by the Suns Arena. You see that a lot. Like, I know Philly, you got all 3 right there. But it's right next to the Suns Arena. It's sick, bro. And I think it's because a lot of people don't like the domes. I mean, Tropicana is the only not the fixed one, but, like, even the retractable one, Seattle, Houston, I think that's why people knock it. But it's a sick park, man. I highly recommend it. I was calling up Watson, though. You kind of answered my question kind of in between, like, start of this segment, saying it's the worst contract in NFL history. I was going to call up, ask how you compare it all-time sports bag contracts. So the only ones that kind of came to mind in football was, like, Russell Wilson with Denver, but the term there, I don't think it's comparable. Jamarcus Russell solely off the fact it was a rookie deal, but, I mean, that was a short stint. I think it's really the guaranteed money is what separates Deshaun Watson. The only one, at least in my lifetime, or at least recent lifetime, I compare it to is Anthony Rendon with the Angels. Chris Bryant, I think you can make a case, but I'll cut him some slack because I don't think that was voluntary. His body just abandoned him. Anthony Rendon, I think, is the most comparable because you saw a complete fall off. Doesn't do it justice, both with Deshaun and Anthony Rendon. And Anthony Rendon, I think, was solely just a lack of effort and just being a lazy you-know-what. And Deshaun Watson, I think there's kind of some parallels between the two of them. But I can't think of any other. I know, like, in basketball, there was that one summer where Timothy Mozgov and Joakim Noah were getting the bag, but I don't think there's one individual one that sticks out. Dude, I genuinely think Deshaun Watson's got the worst contract in sports history.
I think he absolutely does. But Ross, how about Ben Simmons? How about Ben Simmons? That contract, 5 years, $177 million. He's afraid to shoot the basketball. That one's up there.
That one's hard to argue.
This one's close to home. How about Kenny Golladay with the New York Giants? 4 years, $72 million.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally couldn't catch a pass. Could not catch a pass. I mean, we were begging the Maras to just eat his money and get rid of him. Dude, oh my God, that was brutal. I kind of had wiped that from my memory. That wasn't a big, like, 8-figure deal or 9-figure deal, but my God, is that up there for one of the worst in terms of the production you got? You got nothing.
Well, I think that's the problem with Watson. Here's it's kind of apples to oranges because, like, if you're Golladay, you could, I guess theoretically, you could hide behind, I'm not making excuses for him. It's all time bad, especially you as a Giant fan having to live through it. But you can hide behind lack of targets, this, and that. If you're the quarterback front and center, we don't even have to get into the off-the-field stuff. Just looking at his play on the field, I mean, there's absolutely nowhere to hide. They give you all that money. You're crowned the king. And talk about a Browns franchise that had kind of forever and it only, thrown gas on the fire with this becoming the butt of jokes, but kind of in the opposite way. They were always the butt of jokes and not going out and, chasing that star player, not going out making that big trade. They finally do it, and it's all-time laughably bad. But not only the return, but the contract is 10 times worse. And, like, Golladay, Bradley Beal's another one I thought of with the Suns. I mean, that one, blew up right in their face right away.
He had a no-trade clause, too, I think.
Yeah. Hockey's a little hard to compare because you look at, like, a Leo Carlson. I think Celebrini just topped him. Leo Carlson with the Ducks making $18 million off 2 good years in the league. But Leo Carlson's still a great player and supposed to be the face of that franchise. I mean, you look at guys like Deshaun Watson who are acquired externally, like Anthony Rendon coming off being the cornerstone of a World Series team the year prior. That fan base that he goes to has absolutely zero attachment to him. And 3 years later, he's off the team because, you'd say his body broke down on him, but I don't give him the Chris Bryant leniency. He just showed absolutely zero effort in an Angel uniform. And I think you're seeing the exact same situation with Deshaun. So I think it's a tie in my lifetime. I think it's Watson and Rendon. But the fact that two of those about a year apart, I don't think there's like any recency bias attached to them. I think they're legitimately two of the worst contracts ever given out.
Yeah, that's a great stuff, Ross. Appreciate the call, brother, as always. And that is a good, I mean, it's a sad conversation or it's a rough conversation, depending on if it's your team that's been affected by some of these. But yeah, it's a good conversation to have. Russell Wilson, for sure. Yeah, Deshaun Watson's number one. Let's not mince words. It's the worst. $230 million fully guaranteed. I believe that was the first ever fully guaranteed contract that was north of $100 million in professional sports history. Let me see if that's right. Let's see. Was Deshaun Watson first ever fully guaranteed contract? I think it was. Was not the first ever fully guaranteed contract, but it was the largest. Yeah, I wonder if there was a quick way to say... let's see. Okay, here you go. Ian Rappaport. This was back when it first happened. $80 million more than the previous record for a fully guaranteed money at signing, which was $150 million. I don't know who that was, whose contract that was, but yeah, so there you go. So it was the first one that was over 150 and by far the largest fully guaranteed contract in history. Not only that, it's the fact that the Browns had to trade multiple first-round draft picks in order to acquire him. And he has barely played in a third of the games. He hasn't played he's played in less than a third of the possible games he could play in. He's almost played in 1/4 of the possible games he could play in. Back-to-back Achilles ruptures, one while rehabbing. How does that happen? Shoulder injury, and just overall god-awful performance. Like, statistically, one of the worst quarterbacks in football in the last decade. So, yes, that is number one. That is the worst contract in American sports history. Deshaun Watson. And so before he wants to rip the fans like he did on Saturday for booing him, maybe he should realize that he takes home that infamous honor. And hey, nobody can take that money away from him. That's more money in the bank. Hopefully, if he saved it up and invested it, well, more money in the bank that 99% of us will ever see in our lifetime. Doesn't deserve it one bit, but he's got it. He's got it. Yeah, Russell Wilson's up there. $245 million contract cut after the first year. Rendon, 7 years, $245 million. Minimal effort. Minimal effort. Ben Simmons for me is up there. Bradley Beal, 5 years, $251 million for Bradley Beal. Here's another one that's close to home. Jacoby Ellsbury, 7 years, $153 million with the Yankees. Did absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm looking at some other ones just in terms of how they ended. Again, not a massive deal. It was 10 years ago. Brock Osweiler, 4 years, $72 million. And then the Texans had to attach draft picks to trade him away after one season. A first-round draft pick included. So there you go. Oh, Combs is saying in the show chat, yeah, Jason Hayward. He said Cubs gave Hayward $185 million for a speech during a rain delay. Jason Hayward was really bad with the Cubs. Really bad. Let me just go back and remember how bad.
It's in the chat.
Because on there,
he hit 245 with 62 home runs in 6 years as a Cub. 732 games.
Yikes.
Yeah.
And 21 of those home runs came in one season.
Correct.
2020. How about 2021?
Yeah. The year they won the
2021
World Series where he did the speech. I think he hit 230 with 7 home runs.
Yeah. I do remember him being good in that postseason, though.
No, he was not. He didn't even play.
No, he was actually brutal. He was brutal.
Yeah.
No, he played a decent amount. He had 48 at bats. He hit 104. 104.
Yeah. That's why I thought
He's a career lifetime 145 hitter in the playoffs. Holy smokes. But yeah, 2021, Jason Hayward hit 214 in 104 games with 8 home runs and 30 RBIs. I mean, my goodness. Maybe even worse was 2022. He played 48 games only and hit 204 with 1 home run and 10 RBIs. Brutal. Oh, absolutely brutal. 310-840-4910. You can make that a call or a text. Worst contract that you can remember, or the worst contract in your team's history, whatever, baseball, football, basketball, doesn't matter. I've already given you a couple examples. Yankees, Jacoby Ellsbury, Giants, Kenny Golladay. Oh, I'll never recover from the pain and suffering that Kenny Golladay forced upon me. 310-840-4910. All right, we come back. It's Penix time in the ATL. There's a reason why there's still a quarterback battle that hasn't been decided in the NFL. I'll explain when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Here we are in the year of our Lord 2026, just 2 years removed, a little more than 2 years removed, 2 years and 4 months removed from the 2024 NFL draft, and we already see the writing on the wall with one guy in particular. It's not Caleb Williams, first overall in 2024. Caleb Williams is probably in the best situation currently of any of the quarterbacks taken in that draft. There's more ceiling to find. Feels like last year may be the floor now for Caleb Williams. To the moon for Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Jaden Daniels went second overall that year. He's got an NFC Championship game appearance in his rookie year under his belt. If he can stay healthy, he's got a very productive career with a few more long playoff runs ahead of him at some point. I know there are people that are very doubtful of that, given the giant questionability of his health. But I think Jaden Daniels has got a lot of very good football left in him. Drake May, third overall that year. He's already got a Super Bowl appearance under his belt. Then you got Michael Penix at number 8. Oof. He is supposed to be full participant in practice again this week, so maybe he'll take control of that starting quarterback job in Atlanta because Tua Tagovailoa has looked like hot garbage so far. Atlanta needs somebody to play just capable quarterback at this point. I mean, their other options are Cooper Rush, oof, and maybe Jack Strand, who's actually looked the best of any of their quarterbacks in the preseason. So they need Penix. But the jury's still out on Penix in the grand scheme of what his career can become. The one we already know is a bust from 2024, J.J. McCarthy. Yes, I'm calling it now. With 95% of the precincts reporting. J.J. McCarthy is the first bust of the 2024 draft class. He is the Todd Blackledge of this class. And it didn't take 4 years as it took the Chiefs to figure out with Blackledge. Took about 2 years and a training camp. And hell, he was hurt half the time for the Vikings to figure out that J.J. McCarthy isn't the guy. They go out, they get Kyler Murray. Murray wins the job. And now here's the problem. Not only has J.J. McCarthy lost the battle for QB1, I don't think he's even worth the QB2 job. Carson Wentz has played better than him in the preseason. McCarthy had one really nice completion to Ty Felton on Saturday. But aside from that pass, 4 of 9 for 31 yards. And he hasn't shown the ability to get away from the pass rush. I know the offensive line he's been playing behind hasn't been the greatest when he has played this preseason. But it feels like every pressure turns into a hopeless scramble drill. Like, there are, in some young quarterbacks, you see their ability to break the pocket when there's pressure, scramble, extend the play, and look downfield while they do it. I don't know what Drew Aller's going to become for the Steelers, if anything, but I've seen that in the preseason so far. I saw that when he was playing well at Penn State a couple of years ago, before last year's abysmal season and injury. I saw it again Friday night against the Jets, when the Steelers' offensive line was a mess and the Jets were creating pressure almost snap after snap after snap. Aller continued to evade pressure as much as he could and get the ball downfield. Had one
MGM tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call and you can text 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Got into an interesting conversation last segment because of the Deshaun Watson contract and his situation. He's the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. We'll see how long that lasts. But our caller, Ross in New Jersey, called in and was basically saying, well, what are the worst contracts in American pro sports history? And I think it's without a doubt, Deshaun Watson is number one, without a shadow of a doubt. But if that's something you want to get in on the show, if you had a player on your team that was just so downright terrible, you couldn't wait to get rid of him, especially if it was a larger contract, give us a call, 310-840-4910. We'll take a trip down memory lane. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. At PatBoyle44. Got some other folks responding to my Little League World Series tweet. And, again, I went nuts. I was going nuts, and it took everything in me at the gym when they had it on the TV, and I see this little kid with a 3-0 count, not only doing the fake bunt, but then wagging his bat in a circle and dancing like an ass and basically dancing and chirping the pitcher as he's about to throw the ball, like kind of yelling to try to mess with him. And so I said, 12-year-old Pat Boyle would put one directly in their ribs, send a message. My buddy Rami Lavi, who is the board op for the morning show at WFAN, said 30-year-old Pat would do the same. I saw you wrecking those high school kids in a flag football game. Partially true. I did play in a flag football game for charity, and I was on Boomer Esiason's team. It was part of, the Boomer and Geo, the WFAN morning show team. Boomer asked if I wanted to play, and I was like, yeah, of course. I get to catch some passes from Boomer Esiason. NFL MVP 40 years ago? 40 years ago? 35 years ago? I don't want to make him older than he is. Sure, I'm in. It was for charity. And we played a high school team, a high school football team, but it was a flag football game. And so I show up and I'm like, all right, the competitor in me, I'm not trying to I don't want to make this about me. I don't want to get too overexcited here. And I show up, and first thing Boomer Esiason says to me, and he goes, "You better show up to play, Boyle." And from there, a switch flipped. I was like, that's it. That's it. I'm putting up a stat line that would put Megatron to shame. I'm going to go for 9 catches, $165, and 3 touchdowns. And this was like a couple years ago. I'm like 26. So probably past my athletic prime, but I mean, like 18-year-old kids that play high school football, if they're halfway decent, they should be faster than me. They should be better than me. I'll never forget, on the first play, I run for like a little 6-yard hitch. Boomer rifles one. I mean, he was like 62 years old at the time, right? Because he's like 65, 66 now. And rifles one right into my face. And I catch it. And I turn, and there's this, there's a high school kid. His level of energy was like a 7 out of 10. Like, he was definitely trying to get my flag, but he was not like bull rushing me. And so he goes to reach for the flag, and I just put a stiff arm right into his throat and then ran in for a touchdown. I got to be honest, it felt amazing. It felt great. And then after I scored, I spiked the ball, did the gritty. Somebody put that on social media. I mean, look, like I said, I showed up in Boomer's size and said, Boyle, you better come ready to play. And once the former NFL MVP says that to you, you can't flip that switch off. You can't do it. Anyway, 310-840-4910. Here was a good comment, and I got to tip my cap here. John at J Cook in the house responded, well, then why didn't 12-year-old Pat Boyle put one directly in their ribs when he pitched in the Little League World Series? And I said, because Pat Boyle didn't pitch in the Little League World Series. Touche. But I did pitch in Division III college. And I have hit people before. It's part of the game. Part of the game, baby. My issue is why is a coach of these Little League World Series teams allowing his players to do that? I mean, it's Bush League. Like, that doesn't fly if you're just a couple of years older in high school, college. So why is that flying in the Little League World Series where they're all about sportsmanship? But a kid's making a fool of himself on a 3-0 count trying to get a walk and nobody says anything? Ridiculous. Side comment, but Luke Turcotte tweets in and says, hey, Pat, listening to your show, what do you think of my Blue Jays' chances of getting the last wild card spot? They were 6.5 games out a month ago. Now just a game and a half out, and they got a pretty soft schedule for their final 30 games. Yeah, it's amazing to me how craptastic the Blue Jays have looked for most of the season. And even at one point, just a couple of weeks ago, they were, 8 games under 500? I think their low watermark this year, or at least their low watermark in the last couple of weeks, was back on August 6th. They were 54-62. Since then, 10-6 in their last 16 games, playing the Phillies, the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Rays, and the Yankees again. And yeah, I mean, you look at that wild card in the American League, which is, feels like it's anybody's game for that last spot. Yankees and the Red Sox feel like they've got it locked down, but then it's the Rangers, Guardians, Blue Jays, Twins, Orioles. And you even want to throw the Mariners and the Tigers in the mix. You got 7 teams separated by 4 games, and you got 5 teams separated by 2 games. The Blue Jays offense, for an offense that was so incredible last year in their run to the World Series, they never struck out. They always hit the ball hard. They always did the right things. For their offense to be this bad this year, and they're like the second or third worst offense in all of baseball. And the Mariners, who they played in the ALCS, are the only offense that's worse. Worst. If you look at runs scored, the Blue Jays are second to last, only better than the Mariners. You look at batting average, the Blue Jays are in the bottom half. That's actually the one thing they've done well. You look at OPS, third to worst. The Blue Jays still barely strike out, third fewest strikeouts in baseball, but they don't do anything when they do put the ball in play. They don't hit extra bases. They don't hit singles. They don't steal any bases. I mean, they're one of the slowest teams in baseball. But now their offense is starting to wake up a bit here. Ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. That offense is just starting to wake up. I mean, you just look at the last 7 days here, and Alejandro Kirk, he's been a man possessed. Springer's on fire after he's kind of been stuck in neutral for the entire season. Vladdy, at least in the last week or so, hasn't been hitting that well. And I mean, he's had just you look at his season in totality, brutal. 7 home runs for Vlad Guerrero Jr., and he's played almost every game. He's only missed like a week or two. 7. I know his power numbers have been down the last couple of years. Like, he'll never hit 48 home runs again in a season. I mean, probably. Even for a guy as big as him. He's listed at 245, and he looks like he's 270. 7 home runs. Like, his power is gone. It doesn't make any sense. Makes 0 sense. But, I mean, hey, look, Luke. The rest of the American League has been super mediocre, super lackluster, super average. That, I mean, the Rangers, the Astros, the Guardians, nobody in the AL Central, really outside of the White Sox, have done anything to inspire you. So, yeah, they're only a game and a half back with over 30 games left. Anything's possible. And maybe they ride the merit, maybe they ride the experience of making it to the World Series last year. It's a team that knows what it takes. Goes without saying. It's still, the majority of that core is still there. If there's a team that could pull it off, it would be the Blue Jays. As a Yankee fan, that's the last thing I want to see. But if you're making me pick out of the teams that are available in the American League wildcard race right now for that final spot, I'd probably take the Blue Jays. I said it a couple of weeks ago when they were still playing poorly and they were like 5 games back. 310-840-4910. Let's get to a phone call here. Brandon's next up in Tennessee, wants to weigh in on some really bad contracts with his teams. Brandon, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, yeah, no, you touched on some nerves. I didn't think I was ever going to be able to talk about this, so it's great to be able to air this out. It may not seem like it's a lot of money, but I think you might want to adjust this for inflation. I think a lot of these contracts have to have some what are we weighing it up against? I'll give you an example. The Braves spent the most money they had ever spent, ever, for a free agent deal and signed B.J. Upton to $75 million. Horrendous. If you look at those B.J. Upton numbers post-Tampa, horrible. Same year, they brought in Dan Uggla, 5 years, $62 million. Ended up getting released on the last contract. So over $100 million right there in wasted dollars. Unbelievable. Just those 2 contracts stand out exclusively for me.
Yeah, and that's those are great points, Brandon. Appreciate the call. Sorry to bring up some past suffering and torture, but yeah, look, I mean, it is a good thing to be able to air it out and vent it out, years later when it's like finally long gone, or at least you thought it was long gone, but at least not affecting the team anymore, or their ability to go out and sign other players. Yeah, I just Google search Braves worst contracts. That's the first 2 that comes up. B.J. Upton, 5 years, $75 million. In 2 seasons, hit 198 with some of the worst strikeout rates in all of baseball. This is a guy that was a machine, a hitting machine when he was with Tampa Bay. And yeah, Dan Uggla. I remember Dan Uggla very well when he was at his peak years with the Marlins, right? Yeah, that's who he started his year out with. He was an all-star with the Marlins, hit over 30 home runs, like 4 straight seasons. I would always try to trade for Dan Uggla in MLB The Show when I would make a team. Because I would just basically try to have a lineup of 25, 30-plus home run hitters. Mike Hampton's another one when I did this Google search, and you remember it. 6 years, $49 million. That was back in 2000. That's a lot of money. And that was one of the largest deals in franchise history at the time, and Mike Hampton stunk with the Braves. Give you some of his numbers. And this is a guy that was second in Cy Young voting in 1999 with the Astros, finished in the MVP voting. It was an all-star. And then went to the Mets and was also pretty good. Then came to the Rockies, was an all-star again. Comes to the Braves in 2003. Put up an ERA of 3.84, then 4.28, and then in 2005, 3.5. And those were collectively like 3 out of the 4 worst seasons of his baseball career. Then he missed all of 2006 and 2007 with an injury, and then his career ended shortly after that. Mike Hampton, for a couple of years, though, was a stud. I mean, even short-term and recent ones. I mean, how about the fact just last year they signed Jurickson Profar? Look at where that one went. Consecutive PED suspensions, almost like immediately. 310-840-4910. All right, we've got some more phone calls that we'll get to finish up. We got some text that we'll finish up with. And, as promised, because I've been teasing it, and I've been hyping this guy up, and I've been saying this year is his time. I'll tell you why it's Penix time in Atlanta. It's some big news that came down today. I'm Pat Boyle, 310-840-4910. We'll finish up on the other side. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Last time I checked, you know what football players do? They play football. You play football. That's what you do. You signed on to play football. And when the off season comes, you don't play football. You got almost 5-6 months. You don't play any football. Well, when it's time to go practice and play football, that's what you signed on to do. You need to go do that. And I say that as a guy that played football at that level, right? My claim to fame, I tell people all the time, it wasn't, playing for that long. And, you know what my claim to fame was? Never missing a practice. Never missing a start. That was my claim to fame. And that was intentional because I said, I'm a football player. This is what I do. Don't tell me it's a preseason. I could care less. Football practice, I'm going to practice football. When the game starts, I'm going to play in the game. This is football. That's what you do. You don't wear your baseball hat. You say, hey, man, I'll wait till the regular season and I'll play. What are you talking about? You signed on to play football. Football is not a career. That's what these guys don't understand. It's not a career. You can't say I'm going to play 10 years. You're day-to-day as a football player. Day-to-day.
There's no way Todd Monken has watched these two quarterbacks and said, well, Deshaun gives us the best chance to win. There's no way. That's Todd Monken's honest evaluation. Not a chance in the world. That's Todd Monken's decision. This is Jimmy Haslam. This is Andrew Barry. This is the Cleveland Browns organization once again being the Cleveland Browns. The Browns is the Browns. Deciding to exist in the sunk cost of Deshaun Watson. Here it is, Todd. You wanted that hot bowl of soup? It's ice cold. It's Deshaun Watson. Do me a favor, Todd. Go out there in a few hours and tell the media why you think Deshaun Watson is going to give us a better chance to win ball games than Shedeur Sanders. Look, I'm not some massive Shedeur Sanders fan, but you can't ignore the fact that the dude was better in the preseason during Watson and that Watson is a shell of his former self. This is nonsensical. This is the organization making a decision purely based on not wanting to have egg on their face for having to cut Watson loose now if they did.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Alrighty, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get aboard the phones. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Again, you can call or text 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Any and all of your sports questions, takes, opinions on anything that we talk about on a daily basis or anything that's on your mind, you can always tweet me at PatBoyle44. And if it's something that's good enough, we'll work it into the show. Okay. We do have a couple of your calls and your texts to finish up with, but it's been at the top of my mind for the last hour. I want to get to it. And that is, I think it's Penix time in Atlanta. And I think the Atlanta Falcons should be dying to give Michael Penix the starting job. The big news today, Michael Penix medically cleared 9 months after tearing his ACL. Again, for the third time. But Michael Penix has been medically cleared and took first-team reps with the offense today. Kevin Stefanski saying that both Tua and Michael Penix were going to split reps with the first-team offense. Monday was not a padded practice, so we'll see Michael Penix in full pads in a full practice setting tomorrow for the first time since last year. And I think the fact that Tua Tagovailoa has not been announced as the starting quarterback yet should tell you everything you need to know. Tua has been terrible, to say the least. In his first preseason game, he went 3 for 5 for 22 yards and fumbled a snap. Tua did not play in their most recent preseason game on Saturday. Maybe he should have, because it probably would have given him some good confidence, because Jack Strand and Cooper Rush tore apart the Colts defense to the tune of 300 passing yards and 34 points. Maybe that would have given Tua the nod. But Michael Penix hasn't even been medically cleared to fully practice until today. A month into training camp, he missed all of the offseason program. We're less than 20 days away from week 1, and the Falcons still haven't named Tua their starting quarterback. That should tell you how little they believe in Tua Tagovailoa. So, the Falcons play their preseason finale coming up this week when they take on the Dolphins on Friday night in Miami. That should be a nice, easy jumping off point for Michael Penix to play a series or two. I can get the reasoning why you would not want him to play any preseason games because he's just coming off a torn ACL. And I know Brad would probably disagree with me, but look, you need to name a starting quarterback. You got to figure out who the hell your quarterback's going to be. And Tua hasn't done anything to impress you. Michael Penix should start, and he should play 2 series against the Dolphins defense on Friday night. I don't care if he's playing with a bunch of third stringers. If they don't want to play, they shouldn't. If they don't want to play Pitts or Drake London, they shouldn't. But Michael Penix needs to be out there because he's their best chance of winning football games this year. I think Michael Penix is going to be awesome. I've been on the Michael Penix bandwagon since he came out of college at Washington when he stunned everybody, made everybody a believer when he took him to the national title game. And had a pretty decent showing against the Michigan defense that was littered with NFL players. I've been a believer in the Penix God for a couple of years, and I know it's been rough, and I know it's once again been marred with some injuries. I thought at the end of his rookie season, when they had him take over for Kirk Cousins, I thought he was pretty good. Last year, yes, he had several accuracy issues. He wasn't consistent. But in 9 games played, Michael Penix, if you just want to go off the stat lines, and I'm not saying that you should definitely obviously watch the games. And we do watch every single game here. But for as much as some people would make you think Michael Penix was a god-awful quarterback, he threw for more than 220 yards per game, 9 touchdowns, 3 picks. Michael Penix is way better of a quarterback at this stage or at any stage in his career, but Michael Penix is a better quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa is right now. It's not even a question. He needs to be the starting quarterback for the Falcons. And hopefully Kevin Stefanski knows that. And if Penix, he's been medically cleared, if he looks healthy and he looks decent, he should be the Falcons starter. And that is why they still have not named a starting quarterback, because Tua stinks. I mean, it's obvious. 310-840-4910. Let's get to Johnny in Atlanta real quick. Next up on BetMGM tonight. Johnny, what's up, man?
What's going on, Pat? Hey, I agree with you. Penix is a great quarterback. But one thing is, he's showing you where he is. He's showing you that he cannot live up to the hits. Ever since college and everything else. I'm not either a fan of Wilson. I'm more of a Tua, but guess what? He's not the starting quarterback of the Falcons either.
Didn't you tell me a couple of weeks ago that Tua was going to win comeback player of the year and the Falcons were going to make the playoffs because of Tua? Were you trying to tell me that?
I did. I agree with you. I did say that. But now as I look at it, I'm falling back. I'm coming to reality like, hey, it's not going to happen. We have no quarterback here in Atlanta. We have no quarterback. I'm on Jack Strand and build him up for a future. The worst thing can happen if we work on Jack Strand, he'll be a reliable backup. But Tua or Penix is not the guy for Atlanta. Because Tua, I don't know what happened to him, but Penix is showing you where he is. Ever since he came out of college, or while he was in college, it's showing the type of person he is. He will not live up to. He's RG3. He can be out of the league in a few more years with another hit. He probably ain't gonna make it through this year. That's my opinion. Hope it don't go that way, but come on now. 2 years. He been here 3 years, and 2 years he played, he been hurt both years. So, hey.
That's not true. Johnny, I appreciate the call, but that's not true. Penix was not hurt in his rookie season. He took over at the end of the year for Kirk. Last year he did get hurt.
Yeah. And he been hurt. John. He been here 3 years, right? 3 years.
No, this is his 3rd year. He's played 2 seasons, and the first season was he was the backup for Kirk, and then they gave him the job when Kirk was really bad and was playing through an injury. Yep. Johnny, I got to run, brother. So it's good to hear from you, man. But we got to run. And look, you might think Johnny in Atlanta's crazy talking about Jack Strand. I mean, Kevin Stefanski did say Jack Strand is still technically competing for the starting quarterback job. I would be stunned if Jack Strand becomes the Falcons starting quarterback. But for those of you that want to dream that he might be the answer, you never know. All right, for those of you that we didn't get to your calls, call back tomorrow, 310-840-4910. Got Linnell Willingham coming up next. I'm Pat Boyle. Thanks to everybody that works so hard on this show every single day. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern.
They just refuse to die. And I think there's something about that. You can't measure it. There's no quantitative data to back it up. But when you get to October, and maybe we're talking about a rematch of the 2008-2009 NLCS, right? Those were some great series between the Dodgers and the Phils. And we got Dodgers-Phillies again. And we've got one team who's coming off back-to-back World Series titles and is just littered with talent in the Dodgers. We got another team that has their own fair share of big names, but also, like I said, sees baseball mortality on the horizon and just comes up with a little extra something. The Rocky ethos. And so it wouldn't shock me if you asked me to pick a team, and I know I've picked the Brewers as recently as a week and a half ago. If you asked me to pick a team that could knock off the Dodgers in October, it's this Phillies team. And I don't know if they're going to stay this hot through the entire month of September. But what you've seen over the last 9 games is exactly why they're the team that can beat the Dodgers in October.
I don't know how it's going to go. He said yesterday that Deshaun Watson's post-game remarks were not going to factor in. I don't know how they can't, but he claims that there is no way that he is factoring those in, and he's not going to let one emotional moment by Deshaun dictate this quarterback competition. So we'll have to see if that holds true as we move forward here. But I do think that up until that point, Deshaun had the decided edge. I feel like Todd Monken wanted to start the experienced veteran who he felt would give them the best chance to win. But while he has been kind of watching Deshaun Watson throughout this past couple of months, he's also seen Shedeur Sanders come very quickly up that learning curve. And he just continues to get better and better and better. He works harder and harder. And some of the things that they needed to see from him, they have seen over the last few weeks.
I was always a big believer in listening to your eyes, and my eyes tell me that I don't know if Shedeur, talent-wise, is a better quarterback than Watson. That played, 4 or 5 years ago when he was at his best. Mm-hmm. But I'm surprised, a little bit surprised that they go with Deshaun after his interview. I mean, I just felt like he was a beaten guy. That he didn't have any, he didn't have any life in his body. When he talked about the fans booing him, and he's got every game he plays now, he's got 17 away games. I mean, that's not how you start the season off with your quarterback. But hey, coach made the decision. That's where they're going.